Our apologies to those waiting for this part of the meeting. We had our in-camera go a little bit long, and of course you need to make sure you get all the business wrapped up while everyone's together. So first off, getting into the first part of our agenda, I'm looking for an adoption of the minutes from our June 25th meeting. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Morocco. All those in favor? Okay, they are approved. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Yes, Councillor Iannoni.
Thank you. Check 364542. It was not expense for SCM.
Okay, thank you. Any other? Yes, Councillor Morocco.
Yes, I have an expense check number 364824 made out to my spouse.
Okay, thank you. Any other disclosures? Okay, and all right, we'll move along. Moving on to reports, TS 2013-31. I'd ask our clerk if you'd introduce this, please.
Yes, Your Worship. Council's familiar with this. This is the Portage Road issue, the speed humps, etc. A number of members of the public have requested to speak on the matter. And this is the order. I received the requests from Bev Hodgson, John Ferguson, Janice Ain, and Jacqueline Balfour. Mr. Dren obviously can provide some background, and there is a map on the screen, so I don't know if you wish to hear from the deputations first or from Mr. Dren. It's up to you.
Why don't we start with Mr. Dren, and then we'll get the deputations, if that's all right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Basically, this is a follow-up report to our May 14th, or from our May 14th meeting. Council asked staff to look at some alternatives in removing the speed hump near Stamford Green Drive along Portage, and to look at a couple alternatives. What they asked is that we look at an always stop, as well as look at road narrowing. There's a cost associated with each one. Staff has come back with a report recommending that we look at putting in the always stop along with some some edge lines along the section of road, and to look at that for a 6-month period and see how that operates, whether it achieves a result that's similar to the speed hump that was there, and if not, look at putting in next year's budget for consideration the road narrowing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions of council for Mr. Dren? Okay, seeing none, then I guess we'll get to our deputations. And you have an order again, Mr. Clerk? Ms. Hodgson?
Ms. Hodgson would be the first.
Okay, we just ask everyone as you step up to state your name and your address, please.
Bev Hodgson, 3227 Portage Road. We've been here before, and we're back after a couple months in another discussion, but I think the number one thing to remember is the reasons that speed bumps went into these locations in the first place is because there was an issue of excessive speed, and the excessive speed is something that must be addressed. At the last meeting in May, there was a suggestion that if the speed bump were removed, that the three-way stop be considered at this location. We're certainly in favor of having the stop signs go in, but our main concern is that on an interim basis, it just seems that we continue to spend money. You spent money to put in 2 speed bumps, which were found to be quite effective, and your staff reports indicated that those speed bumps were effective. The issue of noise, I think, is something that we as residents of Portage Road have to expect. We chose to live on Portage Road, which is a road where there is a lot of traffic, and the noise is not specifically attributable to the speed bumps. It's attributable to the noise that comes with vehicles who may be traveling at excessive speeds. But if you are going to change it into the three-way stop, on an interim basis, I find unacceptable, because now you're going to be back here again in 6 months, and we're going to decide whether or not we're going to spend more money. And I know as a council you're continuously looking at ways to save money, and obviously saving money would be to keep it at the status quo, and it would have been to keep it at the status quo before. But if you're going to take them out and put in stop signs and spend more money on an interim basis, then you're only looking at a situation where you know you're going to be back here addressing the issue, spending more staff time, and likely spending more money to address an issue that I feel has already been addressed.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Councillor, Ms. Hodgson? Okay, thank you very much. Next I've got on my list here John Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson, if you can just state your address, please.
3240 Portage Road.
Thank you.
I live adjacent right to the northerly speed bump there at this side of Mayfair. Just the northerly speed bump.
We're going to get a little pointer out here just to make sure we've got it.
Yeah, just on the other side of my driveway.
Right there? Or there?
There. It'd be on
On the east
easterly side.
The easterly side, okay.
Yeah, the easterly side. I know that Ms. Hodgson said most everything that we have to say, but I noticed most of the noise going along Portage Road is caused by cars, the tires. The faster they go, the more noise. Trailers going over the speed humps, it's a thump, and then that's it. The cars, it's ongoing. But if there's changes to be made, when you put in the speed humps, I thought they were permanent, and they served the purpose. They reduced the speed through there, and when you reduce the height of the southerly speed bump, traffic increased in speed by about 10-20 kilometers. About 10 to 12. So therefore, it didn't serve a purpose. It looked like Murphy's Law. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it wasn't broke when they reduced the speed limit by the speed through there by 30. Other than that, I know that I see mothers putting their children into the cars, and if they have more than one, they have to stand on the road to put the other child in the seat, in their safety seat, car seat. So it's a hazard for cars going by for the mothers, and as far as that, I'd put safety car at noise level here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions for Mr. Ferguson? Okay, thank you very much. Next on the speakers list, we have Janice Hain. Could you please state your address?
3262 Portage Road. I'm right at the south speed hump. A couple of things I'd like to clear up. First of all, I don't know if everyone has seen the video on the internet that was done by the Review yesterday. We didn't call them, they just happened to be there. But anyway, there were some important things left out of that video, and one of them was when I had said that I was a little bit in favor of the stop signs. They left out the fact that only if it wasn't an inconvenience to some of the neighbors. If this stop sign is put there, Dave and Jackie Belfer will never get out of their driveway. There's too much traffic on Portage Road. It's not a regular street. There's tons and tons of, as I said before at this meeting, in 5 minutes there's at least 25 vehicles. And the noise is from cars, from trailers, from trucks, from transport trucks that shouldn't even be on the street. And I've been over this before, so I won't go over it again. And when I was asked yesterday also about what I thought the solution would be, and I said it was absolutely the chicanes. I didn't say I was in favor of the chicanes. I said absolutely the chicanes, because it's going to keep everybody happy. It slows the traffic. There's no noise. Jackie and Dave will be able to get out of their driveway. I can sit back out on my front porch again, so I don't have to hear everything crashing over every 5 minutes. I can step out my front door without hearing all that noise. And it slows the traffic. As I said, we did the experiment before where we parked the cars on each side of the speed hump, and it slowed every single car down, even though there was lots of room for both for the cars to go either way. Let's let's see. Okay, as I said in the short video, and I don't know if anybody saw it, but you see it in the video, which was only a minute and a half, you could see the traffic going by, and you could also see there was also a truck with a trailer behind it that crashed over it. You could see it and you could hear it on the video, and that's what we put up with all day long. Another thing you were saying about the temporary signs, if those signs go in, I can't see that they will ever be taken out. Let's see. Okay, Jackie and Dave, which are my neighbors, they have a cottage at Shirkston. So when they came home from Shirkston, they could hear the crash, boom, bang of the speed hump, which was their Shirkston nice and quiet. Now when they come home from the cottage, they're not going to get out of their driveway. They won't get in the driveway or out of the driveway, especially at 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning when all the school buses are there. The traffic is lined way up. They're going to stop at the stop sign. Now by the time that traffic goes by and the cars from the stop sign go by, it's going to take them forever. As I said, there's a lot of traffic on Portage Road, and I don't think we should have a stop sign. Let's see. I don't know why the fire trucks keep going down Portage Road, and they're not in any hurry. They're not. I think they have a station somewhere on Swayze where they go for maintenance, and they're crashing over the speed humps all the time. And if they stop at the stop sign, as I said again, Jackie and Dave will never get out of their driveway. Now, I don't know why there can't be a speed hump, the one speed hump, then in front of the nursery school where there can't be signs that say, watch for children. Like there's signs that say deaf child. There's signs that say seniors crossing by seniors' homes. I don't know why that wasn't tried in the first place, so the neighbors wouldn't have to suffer. Another thing we were also considering, I don't want to forget anything here. I won't keep you too long, but I just don't want to forget anything. And the stop signs also are going to be noisy because you've got the diesel trucks, you've got the dump trucks, you've got Allens, you've got Municipal Works, everything down on Stanley Avenue that comes up Portage Road. They're going to be stopping at the stop signs. We're going to hear the revving of the engines all the time. Now, one thing that we can't see, as I kind of agree with Bev, we can't see putting in stop signs and then taking them out. That's an expense. So one thing that we're willing to do is wait until 2014, keep the speed hump there until 2014, take the money that you would use for the stop signs and put it towards the chicanes. And that would keep everybody happy. The neighborhood would be happy. Nobody would be arguing anymore. We wouldn't have to come back here anymore. And that $6,000 or whatever it is that you would spend to put in the stop signs, and then however amount of money you would spend to take out the speed hump could go towards the chicanes in 2014. But we would want to make sure that the chicanes could be put in and they were in the budget for 2014. But that speed hump, as I said, is a total nuisance. There was a man that came and sat on my porch one night, and he won't complain because he's a renter. He's afraid of his landlord. He's right at the other one. He said he's not sleeping. It's a horrible noise. They're crashing all the time over these things. And as I said, the stop signs, Jackie and Dave supported wholly the removal of the speed hump. And now that but they did not know that they would have another inconvenience right in front of their house. As I said before, they come home to hear the noise. Now they're going to come home and they won't be able to get out of their driveway because of that stop sign right there, right at the end of their driveway. So that's about all I have to say, is that we are hoping and praying that there can be a solution and that speed hump, the southern speed hump, can come out. We don't care about the other one, just the southern one, because it is really, really bothering all the neighbors.
So to summarize, you're suggesting, rather than making the staff report implementation, you're saying save the $6,000, apply it toward the $25,000 for the chicane / mountable median double fix kind of thing. That's what
and also the money that it costs to take the speed hump out. That's another, I don't know, $1,700 or something like that. put it towards the money to put the chicanes in, and then everybody's happy. We won't have to ever come back here, hopefully.
Oh, yeah, we won't count on that. Okay, just before you run away, Ms. Hain, do we have any questions of council? Councilor Iononi, did you have a comment?
I'm just confused. The speed hump is a nuisance, the speed hump is an inconvenience. Our experts tell us the speed hump reduces speed and increases safety. She can live with the speed hump until 2014, but it's unbearable now, but she'll keep it till 2014.
If we know the chicanes are coming in, yeah. We can put up with that as long as we know it's going to come to an end.
Well, I'm confused because the neighbor is complaining, you can't sleep, there's no dump trucks running through there in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night. And what I understand is we hired experts. We had a full report at this council table. We had this debate when we put the speed humps in. The speed humps proved to work. They're there for safety. If you don't like the inconvenience, don't live on an arterial road.
No, we were there before the speed hump.
Just give her a chance to speak, please.
There were a lot of people there before the speed hump, but the speed hump was put there for the safety reasons of the pedestrians in the area also. It worked. It is a nuisance, it is an inconvenience, but if you choose to live where you live, and you live on a city arterial road, and people's safety are in jeopardy, and our staff, who we pay a lot of money to, tells us that works. Why would we pay the money to put it in, disregard our staff's recommendation, pay money to put it out? None of this makes any sense. It did the job it was going to do. Somebody is going to be ticked off with whatever decision we make here, whether it's a stop sign for people who aren't here and who will be inconvenienced, people who are here and don't like the speed hump. And I'll tell you, this was an interesting conversation on the Review's Facebook page. And repetitively, people on Portage Road were saying, it is but a mere minor vocal group who wants the speed humps put on, and the other people who lived on it think it's great. It slowed down the speeders. So I guess it's the squeaky wheel who continues to come to council, gets the report before us every time. But when we deal with this report tonight, can it be done and we don't have to deal with it again?
Good question. Yet to be determined. Any other questions of council for Ms. Hain? Thank you, Ms. Hain. We've got another speaker up, and then we'll have a council debate on the issue and the options.
Okay, I would just like to say that if you had a speed hump right in front of your house, you would want to look at other alternatives, because it is really, and as a matter of fact, we have seen almost accidents there where people will stop to go over the speed hump.
If you could just direct your comments this way, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Where people will stop and they're almost rear-ended. We've seen somebody slow down at the speed hump and cars pass them. And that's dangerous. That's a dangerous situation right there. And when the speed hump was lowered, as I said, the speed hump was lowered. It's still just as noisy, and it hasn't done any good at all. So there's got to be another alternative. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Councillor?
And the council of the day looked at every one of those options when council made the decision that evening. I remember the debate clearly. And that's an enforcement issue. People pass to the left everywhere. People speed everywhere. We would put a stop sign on every corner if we were going to fix that for the entire city. That is a police enforcement issue, a moving violation issue. It's not our issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. But they don't enforce it.
Next up, we've got Jacqueline Belfour. Yeah, if you just state your address, please.
3276 Portage Road.
Okay,
and if you could bring this slide back down again. Or maybe it's up. I want it up, please. That's it. That's my driveway, right where the white lines are.
Right there?
That's it. So, speeding is a complex issue involving engineering, driving behaviors, education, and enforcement. Under what conditions should a multi-way stop control be installed? It's often used at the intersection of two roadways that exhibit approximately equal traffic volumes. It should be based on engineering study. The Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices criteria should be considered. At least 5 crashes occur in a 12-month period that are susceptible to correction by stop signs, and crash reports should be analyzed to determine the probable cause of crash. Minimum traffic and pedestrian volumes are listed in my report. I think we've already seen where the stop sign will be. The Highway Traffic Act, yielding to traffic. When under this section a driver is permitted to proceed, he or she shall yield the right-of-way to traffic lawfully using an intersection or where traffic control signals are erected, where a private road or driveway meets a highway, lawfully using the area controlled by the traffic control signals. Based on all of the above information, it is our assertion that the installation of an always stop sign is not required and should not be used solely as a means to slow traffic. Because it would be required to be installed, including the stop bar lines, too near to our driveway and due to traffic volumes on this section of Portage Road, it would result in our inability to enter and exit our driveway safely in a lawful, timely way, and in effect would result in making us prisoners in our own home. Additionally, we believe that we cannot depend on the kindness of drivers to allow for our safe use of our driveway access, that many drivers lack the knowledge to use always stops correctly. Ideally, the alternative of replacing the southern speed hump with a mountable center median with the construction of curb extensions on both sides of Portage Road between Carman Street and Stamford Green Drive is the only viable alternative to the south speed hump, and we do not support the always stop at the intersection of Portage Road and Stamford Green Drive, even on an interim basis. We do not believe a 6-month trial for the always stop will be evaluated fairly, impartially, nor take into account our inability to use our driveway lawfully and safely. Therefore, given the choice between the always stop and the already installed southern speed hump, we would support the retention of the speed hump for speed control. To be clear, we do not support the interim solution for the always stop and will only support the retention of the southern speed hump until the construction of road narrowing devices can be considered and approved in the 2014 capital budget. However, the most cost-effective and best means of controlling driver speeds seems to be the retention of the southern speed hump. In my written report that you all have, I've also included a letter from the other neighbor whose driveway would be impacted, Mr. Guido Lorenz, at 3268 Portage Road, and I invite you to read that. Also, I have included all of my written correspondence on this entire issue just as a reminder. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Balfour? Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, obviously you've done a lot of research and you've looked into this very thoroughly. Can you be very clear in what you would support as far as this issue? Are you saying you want the speed hump retained, or are you looking for the chicane in 2014?
In reality, I think it may be a lofty expectation to spend the amount of money required for a chicane. Certainly to support my neighbor, and the fact that the noise is more of a concern to the neighbor than it is to myself, I would support the chicane. However, I do not in any fashion support the interim solution of the always stop.
Okay, any other questions from Council? Yep, Councillor Maves.
This is probably more for Mr. Dren. The one person I spoke to, who's not here obviously, said that his concern mainly was speed and children in his area, and he thought that possibly a stop at Mayfair, an always stop at Mayfair. Is there any consideration for that? Is there any driveways that it would impair there, or anything that's possibility there? He wasn't so much concerned about the noise where he is, but he said he's just concerned about the speed, and possibly stop signs will at least bring people to a stop and then they'll accelerate. And I find the only thing that in my backyard, which is backs on the mountain road, is it's the motorcycles that take off that really make the loud noises. But I'm just wondering if there's any possibility for Mayfair to have an always stop.
Just through the mayor, Dean, if you could just lower that down a little bit, because Mayfair is the northern intersection. No, the other way. No, go the other way, Dean.
Up?
Yeah, up, sorry.
You won't get it all.
Yeah, no, it's there. Mayfair is there, right? So with respect to Mayfair, that's not assisting with the speeds south. So that wouldn't assist with Stanford Green Drive area or the section between where the nursery is. And the other thing is that the speed hump is would be really close to the Mayfair. The existing one, the northern one, would be close to the Mayfair intersection. And it's not something that you do that would be common with respect to putting an always stop that close to a speed hump.
I was just wondering though, if you remove the speed hump, it would still, as I say, would still slow the traffic down and would probably mitigate some of the noise with the speed hump if that was taken out. And that seems to be some of the wishes, that the speed humps be taken out.
The northern speed hump is not the one that's being debated right now. In fact, the neighbors that are adjacent to the northern one are suggesting that it's fine the way it is.
I'm quite surprised that with all the other streets, Drummond Road and whatnot, there's no speed humps. And this seems to be the problem. Is this something unique on this street that is the problem?
Yes. In relation to the speeds, prior to the installation of the speed humps, we were in excess of 60 kilometers per hour. And the installation of this, Portage Road is not, wouldn't be equivalent to a Drummond Road, because Drummond is truly an arterial. This is a major collector. So in this case, you wouldn't put speed humps on Drummond Road, because the whole objective of Drummond Road is to move traffic. In this case, because it's a collector, the speed humps fit into dealing with the speeding on the road. And I guess from what we've seen, that is actually doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, I myself can't see the Stanford Green Drive, the all-way stop there. I think it is a problem for the neighbors, obviously, and I don't know. I guess we're going to have to just keep at this till we get it right. You don't know exactly what the solution is going to be, because we have to keep trying and making changes somewhere.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, Ms. Belfort, did you have a further comment?
I have a question for Mr. Dren.
Yeah.
This arterial Portage Road and the concern for speeding, has this all come about because of the Stanford Green Day Nursery being there? Is that the issue?
That Stanford Green Day Nursery was not the didn't initiate this. This was residents on the street who initiated it. Through our review, the recommendations put in the speed humps. Stanford Green Nursery helped solidify that, because the speeds really were unruly. You're talking 10 to 15 kilometers above the speed limit, consistent. And now we're seeing that the speeds are within line. They're at the posted speed limit or lower. So the speed humps have done their job, and that's what we're trying to achieve here.
Okay, other questions or comments of council at this point? Now, I just want some clarity for myself too, Mr. Dren. Just help me understand and help all council, because there's no pictures here. Curb extensions, those are the road narrowing chicanes. Are they the same, one and the same?
Yes, if you look at, I know it's in black and white, we try to keep it that way because we're reproducing it for the masses, but if you look at that section, it says it's 6 meters wide. That's actually the gray area, thank you, Dean, is actually the chicane, so that's the extension. So that's a physical type of road treatment.
So is it raised, is it a curb?
If you've ever driven down, say, Beaver Dams, near Cardinal School, yep. There's a couple of chicanes in that area, so that's what it would be.
That's not similar to further up Portage Road where we have problems with the snow plows. By Mountain Gate?
There is a chicane up there as well, yes.
Okay, and also in the report here that you mentioned that mountable medians in isolation don't work, and chicanes in isolation, you need them both to be effective or more effective.
That's correct. I mean, what you're trying to do, what we found through experience, and we've put in, as the report indicates, there's over 30 locations with the speed humps. We have roundabouts in new subdivisions. If you go through Gardner Estates, you can see all of the treatments in there: chicanes, roundabouts, speed humps. Speed humps become the most, I guess, your 24-hour police officer. Because they're a physical type of treatment on the road, they actually slow traffic down. They're the best. Of all the treatments that we've done, they're the ones that prove us to be the best every time, that they actually slow the traffic down.
Okay. I know myself when I drive, when I'm on the QEW or something, I get on the shoulder a little bit and you hit those little grooves. For me, that's kind of a, I don't know, it's a good wake up, but it's not, it's just enough to kind of, that you're at the edge of the road. Sometimes I just wonder how much elevation, how much, $25,000. That's a big expense. It's definitely one of my concerns, personally. I don't know, councillors, you know, we've got some options here. It seems to me, if I've got it straight here, no one's in favor of the stops, the all-way stop, for lots of different reasons. Some are in favor of removing the southern speed humps, some aren't, because there, first of all, is a safety concern of speeding, which this addressed. There's one compromise, an expensive compromise, that we put in mountable curbs, and medians and chicanes to the cost of $25,000 plus removal of the speed hump. So, and removal of the speed hump is another $1,500, so $26,500 is the number that we're looking at for this right now for next year. We haven't approved our budget process yet. We haven't been through the budget process yet, so it's another consideration. So I don't know. I'm looking for a little direction from council. Councillor Morocco.
Your Worship, I have to say that I'm not going to support something that the neighbours don't want, and that's a three-way stop. I'm not going to support something that already has proven to be a safety, safety effective, and which is the speed hump. So, with that being said, and I'm not sure that I'm sold on the chicanes and the $25,000. I mean, I think we've all seen the fact too, but how does that affect anything? I'm not too sure. I mean, the speed hump actually has proven that it's...
Maybe we can ask Mr. Dren to maybe explain the psychology behind...
Well, yeah, because I'm not too sure. How does that work when snow plowing and everything else? Like, is that a factor? Like, how does that happen?
We're just
like,
going to have staff answer that question.
Okay, sure. So if they can ask that, I'll actually then make a motion.
Okay, maybe we can ask Mr. Dren if you could help explain how it works, how the chicane and the mountable median, how it works and why it works, and the challenges with snow plowing and the fire services if there's an issue with those guys.
Yes. Again, maybe fire services can speak for themselves, but the issue of these types of treatments, with respect to the narrowing works when there's opposing traffic all the time. So if there isn't opposing traffic, then they can just take the center of the road and drive through. So that's the chicanes. If there is opposing traffic, then they slow down, and because the road is narrow in there, if they drive too fast, they'll hit mirrors, things like that. So they slow right down. But it has to be with opposing traffic coming in each direction. The mountable center median is to give the perception of a narrow type of road. And therefore you put multiple treatments in place to, it really forces people to slow down. A similar concept would if you have cars parked all the way up the road, on both sides of the road, people would drive really slow to get through there. So that's what a narrowing is. It helps slow people down. But there has to be opposing traffic to make it work. A speed hump is different because it's there all the time. It's a physical type of device, and what it does is it forces people to slow down. And people say, well, the faster I go over it, the easier it is. And that's not the case, because you end up bottoming out if you do that. And you know what? Out there's going to be people that are going to do 60 kilometers an hour, 70 kilometers. Even a speed hump's not going to prevent that. But what it's going to do is as people, you know, their cars get damaged and so forth, they'll learn that they can't do that. In this case, we found that there was approximately 15 kilometer per hour reduction. And that's amazing, because, and that's without police enforcement, that's without anything, by putting in the speed humps.
So I'd like to
Thank you.
Thanks, Don, for that response. I'd like to make a motion to actually just not approve what's in front of us and keep status quo.
Okay, we have a motion by Councillor Morocco, second by Councillor Iannoni, that we do not accept the recommendation and we go status quo. Now, first off, I know there's a couple people in the gallery that suggested they had wanted to throw one other comment in here, and this is not a back and forth debate, so we've got to keep it brief and get on with our discussion. Are there any first comments or questions of council? No, and, okay, I'm just going to allow this. It's not typical, Ms. Belfour. If you just want to make a very brief comment, if something maybe we haven't gotten right, or...
I just have another question of
Yep.
Mr. Dren. I really, in the report, am quite interested, and I feel I need to know about this slalom maneuver and how dangerous a slalom maneuver would be for drivers.
By having these calming...
medians.
Right, which right now is not part of this motion.
Right.
So, Mr. Dren, does that cause any kind of a danger, having opposing traffic come closer together? Or is it more the illusion or the...
The maneuver we're talking about is exactly what I was saying before, is that because you're narrowing the road, vehicles are coming over a little bit towards the center line in each case. So as you get closer together, you slow down, because there's a feeling, the driver has a feeling that I'm going to hit this vehicle, so they slow right down. But again, as I indicated, there has to be traffic going all the time for that to happen. If there isn't, then what happens if there's a single vehicle, they just take the center of the road and go through it, and they continue on the speed that they're doing.
Okay, yes, Councillor Carrier?
In this situation, what do the bicyclists do? Do you push them into the oncoming traffic by making them drive around the chicane? What do you do with those cars if we install this?
In the case, again, this is a schematic. In the case of Beaver Dams near Cardinal Newman, there's bike lanes that are built on the inside of the chicane. So on that one chicane up there, I don't know, Dean, if you can point to it or not, there would be a bike lane that's adjacent to the curb of the road, the existing curb of the road, and in there we would provide a bike lane in there.
So you're not forcing the bikes?
We're not forcing the bikes onto the...
But then my other question is, you scared me a bit when you said you're forcing the cars toward each other, and what they slow down or hit.
Our experience
is that common?
No, our experience isn't there. We've got a lot of examples, and it's just not there. We also, when we do traffic calmed areas, we put advisory signs. This is a traffic calmed area, so we're advising motorists, and it's common throughout the province that to see that type of signing and see those treatments that are there. So we're not the only municipality doing it.
And one other question for you, Mr. Dren, before you sit down. What about the option of slightly raised grooved cement? You know, where no snowplow will ram it, but it's enough to, if you go off the main part of the road, so it still brings it together, you're going to have a rough ride. Have we been doing that anywhere in the...
We haven't. What you're referring to is there's treatments called rumble strips.
Rumble strips, okay.
Right, where they put it right across the road. But in the case of the highways...
Noise and vibration.
Yeah, so it's going to cause more noise.
But do you have the ones on the side, though? I'm saying not on the middle of the road.
Because that rumbling is going to cause basically more noise than what's occurring now.
Okay, if they go off the main part of the road.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yes, Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much. It's kind of nice that all the residents are here because we can kind of address you all in one room rather than talk individually. I just want to be clear that you're definitely not interested in the stop sign for the reasons. That's correct, all right? On the speed bump, staying in for safety purposes, where are the residents at on that? There's 4 or 5 here. How many are here? 3 or 4? 4? And the what's it called? Chicane. You're all in favor of that? No. You're not in favor of that? Okay. All right. Okay. I thought that you guys were all in favor of that. That's not it. Okay. I'm trying to figure out what we can do to satisfy everybody, and it doesn't look like we can.
Do you want to do another survey, Councillor? See who likes chocolate? Who likes vanilla?
No, sometimes you can't.
I'm just kidding you. No.
They can kind of work together. Yeah, that's me too. I apologize. It's my fault.
Is there any other questions for staff or any other comments before we call the vote? So the vote is currently to say go with it. Yes, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I'm rather pleased with the discussion that's taken here tonight. There's no question that the speed humps do the job. And the people in the north area are pleased and happy. Some of the houses are substantially away from the hump itself, and so they don't have the same noise and vibration, so that's understandable. Certainly, the key element is the safety of the nursery school, and also to cut down the speeding. I'm really pleased with the interest that's been taken with respect to this and all the suggestions that have been explored. But certainly Mrs. Ain has been after this for probably going on a couple of years now, and because it's right outside her driveway, right outside her front of her house, and when somebody complains, it's our responsibility to see if there is a solution to the problem. And obviously there are some that are satisfied with the hump at the north end, and obviously a couple that aren't satisfied with the southern hump. There is a solution. It's $25,000, $26,000, which is substantial. So the council has to make a decision, but I just want to make it clear that somebody is being bothered, and that's why it's being debated around this council. There's a concern at not bothering other people, and they feel strongly about what they're doing, but somebody is being bothered, and that's why this debate is taking place, and we'll see what the solution is. I personally thought at the last meeting that the investigation and the possibility of the chicane was a solution that could satisfy both sides. If a chicane goes in there, how is that going to impact on people at the north speed hump? I doubt it. And is it going to work? Well, the professionals are telling us, yes, it will work. So anyway, we'll see what happens.
Sometimes I wonder if we could just bolt down a couple of rubber chicanes, you know, temporarily.
Temporarily.
Yeah. Yeah.
On the students.
All right. So Councillor Wayne?
Thanks. Councillor Thompson already covered a lot of my points about it. I feel we have a responsibility. This is an issue where people are being bothered. Yes, there is a solution that is expensive, but we spent the money for the residents on Beaver Dam. Why should these residents receive something less than those? I mean, it's a question of equity for me. Chicanes were mountable center mediums were what was needed on Beaver Dam and what's worked there, and we spent the money there. Why shouldn't we here when what we've tried already just isn't working out? Yes, it's reducing the speeds, but it's creating other problems, and I'm certainly not going to challenge that. So I can't support the present motion. I think we do need to do something other than just the status quo.
And yeah, Councillor Carrier?
I would agree with Councillor Wing, except for some of the neighbors suggested they don't want the chicane. I'd be curious to find out why they don't want the chicane. I mean, if the council's prepared to spend the money, I'd be interested to hear why some of the residents wouldn't want to try it. Because if it does the same thing, and it alleviates the problem from one of the neighbors, I'd be interested to see why some of the neighbors wouldn't want us, if we're agreeable to spend the money, to spend the money. Is there a reason?
Why don't we find out?
I'd like to know.
Just because, yeah, okay, that's a good start. Maybe I don't know, Mr. Ferguson or whomever was suggesting that you weren't supportive, or Ms. Hodgson or whomever. The idea of the chicane, so which was two pieces. It's a center median, and then the chicanes, which you're not supportive of. So council's just asking, can you just help them to understand why you're not supportive of that?
Well, the speed humps are doing the job. So, why go to expense? You're going to use all their taxes for the whole area for there that's complaining about this. So, you got them in, they're paid for, and they're doing the job. Chicane, I think, would be hazardous. As you said, there's a snowplow problem coming through there. There's probably other problems that would come up with vehicles, and it becomes a safety factor again. And the speed hump, They don't cause. If they slow down, the speed for the north part, from the south to the north, accelerates at that southerly speed limit, at the southerly hump there, speed hump. That's where the acceleration takes place because they go down the hill. There's a hill there. So therefore, they can't remove that one. I'd say you have to leave both and as they are, they're working. I know it's tough sometimes to get out of your driveway. I'm out of line 2 or 3 times a day sometimes. I have to wait, and if a car is speeding, you might not judge that and back out. So I think that the humps serve the purpose.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Carrier?
And to Mr. Dren, in your opinion, does the chicane work as well as the speed hump to control speed? Because that was a point that was just raised by the gentleman.
Through the mayor, it's really, it works effective or the same is if there's opposing traffic happening. So if there isn't a lot of opposing traffic, then it's a free movement through the chicane area. Whereas the speed hump is a physical type of device, which means you have to always slow to go over.
So you don't think that the chicane is as good as the speed hump?
They're not as effective?
They're not as?
Not as effective.
Okay. And the danger factor that he mentioned, are they dangerous, the chicane?
We haven't experienced
them?
We haven't experienced it.
We have no problems where we have
Correct.
them. But they're not as effective as the speed humps.
Correct.
Yeah, that helps a lot. That clouds the issue.
Well, I'd just be curious because I know with municipal works, I did hear complaints from snowplows, you know, hitting curbs and whatnot. Mr. Holman. I don't know if Mr. Holman, if you could, just wonder where you were, if you've got any kind of feedback on feedback from your plow operators or any of your truck drivers on the challenges of having these bump outs, you know, these curbs sticking out like down by Mountain Gate.
Mr. Mayor, it may result in having to go back and do an additional pass, but if there isn't any time delay, it's really minor in nature. So, I mean, our preference is not to have them because we can have more certainty on how long it takes to clear our routes. But I wouldn't say that the speed humps or the chicanes or the widenings cause any noticeable impact on our operation in small cases like this. If it's on a larger stretch, there may be more significant impact.
Councillor Dobson?
We have no longer the
yeah.
Still one on
Are you thinking of Woodbine? Yeah. Yeah. And Woodbine, similar to Beaver Dams, is they have multiple treatments. They have speed humps, they have chicanes.
Okay. Any other questions or comments of council? Did you have a question, Ms. Hain? Because we're ready to call the vote now. Is it okay, speak to the mic for one last time if you don't mind, and we're going to call the vote because we've got to get forward with our agenda.
Okay, I was just going to say that it's not as if we're getting rid of, we want to get rid of both, which you already know. The one speed hump would still be there. It's the higher speed hump that slows the traffic, and the traffic would be going into a chicane, which would slow everything down and no noise. But I'm there all day long. I can see the cars flying by. And some of them are doing, I'll bet you, 65, 70 kilometers an hour still. So I'm just saying that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Council, so the current motion is that we do not accept staff's recommendation. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, so does that mean the recommendation passes? No, it doesn't. So we need another motion then if we're going to look at an alternative because that motion did not pass. Yes, Councillor Wayne?
I think we need to look at multiple treatments. My instinct is to refer it to the 2014 budget. They've already indicated they're prepared to be patient and deal with the noise until then, but I would hate to refer it there and have it cut. But like to have some sort of guarantee that we will be doing it. You know, I think we really need a multiple type of traffic calming treatment like they have on beaver dams and like they have on Woodbine.
So then would you like to make the motion that we refer to the budget for 2014, that we do implement staff or traffic calming measure alternative to the southerly speed bump? Is that what you're suggesting?
That works. I'll make
Okay. Did you get?
Does that mean?
Mr. CAO, did you want to?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I think if you want to be more specific for the people here today, is make it definitive. If you want the chicane, recommend that the chicane be approved and that you're approving it for the 2014 budget, which means come 2014 we're doing it and it's in your budget already and approved.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so everyone, so the suggestion by the CAO and the motion by Councillor Wing is that we refer this to the 2014 budget with the suggestion of chicane going to replace the southerly speed hump.
Mr. Mayor, I wouldn't refer it. I would just say that tonight you're approving it to be included in the 2014 budget. That makes it more definitive.
Some questions or comments by council?
So what does that mean? Are you taking out the speed hump? Because you're talking about putting in a chicane. These people just said they don't want that.
Yes,
They're
that's what
happy
that
with the
motion would
speed
mean.
bump.
That motion would mean you're taking it out and replacing it.
Really? I can't support it.
Yes, Councillor Ioannoni?
So we're presupposing money we may have in 2014, which may bump a project that has already been pre-approved in a long-term budget for 2014. What are we going to bump for the 25,000? I mean, we didn't pick it off a tree. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, it's one suggestion. Some other feedback on if you want it to be less definitive, and maybe maybe a question, if I could just ask the staff, to Carl, are there some other less expensive ways of putting in these chicanes, like some rubberized? I see them at the trade shows, you know, where they bolt down, or I've seen the other optical illusion speed bumps that aren't really a speed bump, but it looks like one. Are there some other ones that you could explore in the meantime, or have you already done that? Just to give us some indication for being definitive.
Come on, Carl, earn your money. Help us out. It's not working.
I think it's something that, I mean, we can investigate between now and the spring when we would actually do the work to see if there's other options for the chicanes and for some other treatments. We did, in the last report, investigate several, probably about 5 or 6, and came back with these 2 as the ones to consider for this report. All I can say is something that we can investigate and see what else is out there.
I'm just wondering about, yeah, like I've seen them at these shows. They show the bolt down rubberized, you know, and I don't know.
They're not cheap. And we do have bolt down rubberized speed humps, and we've done it in Chippewa as a test. So, and then the people on the street determined they didn't want it, and we took it out. So there are options like that, but those are test cases. But they're still expensive.
Yeah, they're not cheap. Councillor Carrier?
Well, I can't support this motion either because it doesn't get the job done. And we've already been told by our engineer that it's not going to slow the traffic down. If we take the speed hump out and put the chicane in, it doesn't work as well. So we're at a stalemate. I didn't support the first motion because it doesn't make everyone happy. This lady has to live with that. I'm not sure I'd like to live with that noise either. So I think that we should leave the speed humps, refer it to the 2014 budget with other alternatives. Because I don't want to do something just to make somebody happy that's here and make someone else unhappy, and it's not the proper thing to do. So why don't we just refer it to the leave the speed humps for now, refer it to the 2014 budget process, and have Mr. Jen bring some other alternatives back to us, because the ones he brought us didn't work. I'm not suggesting we leave it as is, but the ones he brought us didn't work. So let's look at something else.
Councillor Wing, did you want to try to bring that forward again with the suggestion that we give staff some time? Okay, so Councillor Carey, you're willing to second that motion then?
If it's to refer back,
that's what she's agreed.
Some other alternatives as well, because it would be nice if we're going to spend this kind of money to make everyone happy, not to make some of the residents happy and the others unhappy, and us spend $25,000 and it not work.
So you're seconding?
I'll second it if it's referred.
Okay.
So bring back other alternatives.
She's agreed. So we've got, just for record here, we've got a suggestion, or a motion rather, that this go to the 2014 budget for discussion and consideration to give time for Carl and his staff to come up with some alternatives that might be less
And
expensive.
could we give the residents that are here an idea of the timeline, so they don't just think we're sloughing them off? The idea of the motion is not just to... No, we're sloughing them off. We're not sloughing them off. We're deferring it to the discussion of the 14 budget. But it's just around the corner. When are we going to start talking about...
This fall. We're going to start in the fall.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not that we're not going to deal with it.
Okay, so we've got a motion seconded. We've got Councillor Iannoni.
Yeah, I'm going to vote against the motion. I'm pretty sure staff, from the report where we approved the speed humps to the report that we have before us now, has brought us every alternative they can find. We are never going to make everybody happy all the time. That is the nature of the position we hold. It is never going to be any different, and I don't think we can afford to do it. We've paid to do work. We're going to pay to take the work out. We're going to pay to put in something that one person wants.
No, it's not one.
It is one. Actually, her neighbor said she's supporting the speed hump coming out for her neighbor, not because it bothers her. I wrote it down, quote, we have one complaint.
One. Okay, we've got a motion here that's going to defer this to the next budget where it's going to get consideration. Okay? So we've got the motion. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, and that's passed. Okay, so it's not dead yet. We're still dealing with it, and hopefully Carl is going to work his magic and come up with some creative alternatives. Now, just real... Yeah, do we have to take recess? Yeah, we have to. What we're going to do, we're going to take a brief recess in Committee Room 1. We're going to resume at 7 p.m. I apologize for some of your issues that we were hoping to deal with right now. Right after the deputations, we will deal with them tout de suite. So give us your patience, and like I say, 10 minutes we'll resume. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're adjourned right now. Did you have a question?
Well, I just want
Now, earlier on, we had our first part of the session, Community Services and in camera, where we discussed a number of matters. We did our prayer, and now we're on to the second part of the meeting, which involves planning matters and whatnot. But before that, we typically start off with deputations, and today will be no different. But today will be extra special with one of our deputations. And what we've done today is we've invited one of Niagara's favorite sons and his brother back to Niagara Falls for some special recommendation. And to start this ceremony off properly, I would invite Derek Tidd, our official town crier, to begin the ceremony. Welcome, Mr. Tidd. Tidd, if you'd like to come up here.
My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, welcome to City Hall for the proceedings of Niagara City Council on this, the 9th day of July, in the year of our Lord 2013. Today we will honor the presence of great Niagara natives, brothers Brian and Eddie Greenspan, prolific lawyers who have done proud the city of Niagara Falls, as well many local family members and friends. They have practiced law for more than 40 years. Both brothers, Greenspan, have each become two of the foremost lawyers in this great country of Canada. Today, we see them receive the honor of a presentation of the key to our fair city, presented by His Worship Mayor Jim Diodati and members of the Council in the year of our Lord 2013. And God save the Queen.
Thank you very much. Please be seated, everyone. And I will start off with a little bit of an introduction, then I'll ask the Greenspan brothers to join us up here for official recognition. And also, I'd like to thank all of their family and friends for being here today, too. It's a very special day today. And just to give a little bit of background on how this got started, it has to go way back. I know my parents went to high school. One with each at NFCVI a long time ago, and I remember when I was going to university, I remember my parents saying, you can go to law school just like the Greenspans, and they've become really successful, and they inspired a lot of people. Well, law wasn't my calling, but I always heard that name. It was always echoing, and every time there was some major case in Canada, you'd always hear the Greenspan name close behind or right out front. So it was such a thrill as I read that Eddie was teaching at Brock University. And for him, teaching, it's just giving back. Because, he could be doing a lot of things, making a lot more money than teaching at Brock. But he was giving back to his Niagara community. So we reached out. And the thing that I love is that he said he loved nothing more, and if you read the article in the local papers, he loved nothing more than giving back. And when we wrote and asked if he'd be interested in coming to be recognized by his city, by his council, by the citizens of Niagara Falls, well, he was thrilled. Matter of fact, when we invited him back in his letter, he pointed out a few things. Brian mentioned that he's got a number of Niagara Falls prints and paintings in his office. Matter of fact, he expressed that he felt that there were countless times that he spoke of his Niagara Falls roots with students, jurors, judges, and colleagues of the lessons that he learned back home. And that warms anyone from Niagara Falls when someone refers to home. Niagara Falls is back home. Because no matter where you move to, no matter where you travel to, it's always going to be home. Also, he shared a little-known point that he used to work as a tour driver in the summer in Niagara Falls. So very interesting. And then, of course, his brother Eddie shared a story of time when he worked out of the basement of the old City Hall counting coins. And he collected he collected for on-street parking meters. Eddie recently said, this region is in his DNA when he was awarded an honorary degree from Brock University. And certainly, the brothers from Niagara Falls each went on to become two of the foremost lawyers in all of Canada. So next step I'd like to do, first thing I'd like to do, we're saying all these nice things about them. Gentlemen, I'd like to bring you up here as each of us say something nice and special about you. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd help me welcome the Greenspan brothers. Gentlemen, just before we do, what I'd like to do, I'd like to call on John Broderick of the local Bar Association, and John is going to come forward and he's going to say a few words and share with us he says he's a man of few words, but we'll find out if that's true. So welcome, John.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure for me as senior member of the Niagara Falls Bar to greet you and congratulate you on the work that you have done in the practice of law. The two of you have exemplified and brought dignity and understanding and your recognition of your talents throughout the country have reflected favorably upon the city of Niagara Niagara Falls. Both of you are first class in your specialties in law. Both time and time again have exhibited their skill for the laws of this great country and respect for the rule of law, without which no democratic society can exist, has been their haven and their life's work. Edward was called to the bar in 1970 and is one of Canada's leading criminal lawyers. He has been the recipient of numerous awards, degrees, and medals, too numerous to mention, and has been a prolific writer of legal articles and publisher of numerous legal manuscripts. Brian, like his brother, has been the recipient of many, many awards. He's one of Canada's most sought-after advocates in the defense of commercial crime cases. He's a frequent lecturer and panelist in continuing legal education throughout the country, and has been very, very active in that aspect of the law. May you both continue to practice the law that you both love for many years to come.
Thank you very much, John. And next up, I've invited our official city historian, Mr. Sherman Zavitz, to give us a little bit of a background speak, and he tells a story like none other. So please welcome up Mr. Sherman Zavitz.
Well, thank you, Your Worship, members of council, honored guests, and ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to take you back for a moment to June 13th, 2012, last year. One of our honored guests this evening, Brian Greenspan, is on the stage of Roy Thompson Hall in Toronto. Seated in front of him are some 350 new lawyers who are about to take part in a call to the bar ceremony. As part of the proceedings that day, the Law Society of Upper Canada is also awarding Brian an honorary Doctor of Laws degree. In his address to those in Roy Thompson Hall that day, Brian noted that the individuals to be called to the bar had taken a variety of routes to arrive, as he worded it, at the crossroads of today's ceremony. He elaborated by saying, for some, today is the culmination of a dream nurtured in early childhood, an irresistible direction that you always knew you would inevitably follow. Although he didn't say so at the time, that statement also applied to Brian himself and his brother Eddie. As revealed in Eddie's best-selling 1987 autobiography, Greenspan, The Case for the Defense, both decided to choose criminal law for their career when they were only 9 or 10 years old. And both followed through without any stops or detours along the way. Niagara Falls can be very proud of its native sons, Brian and Eddie Greenspan, nationally known and highly respected lawyers. Both were born here and spent their childhood on Florence Avenue with parents Emma and Joe. Reminiscing for the Review a few years ago, Eddie recalled, "We never locked our doors in Niagara Falls. We knew our neighbors probably better than we wanted to. It was a wonderfully warm and good place to be." He also noted, "I love juries, and my love of juries comes from my love of Niagara Falls and growing up here, respecting people, liking people, and not being afraid of talking to people. It all came from growing up here." Joe Greenspan was a scrap metal dealer who had a great interest in criminal law and at one time had hoped to become a lawyer. He often talked to his children about the law. Joe died of a heart attack in 1957 at the early age of 42 when Eddie was 13 and Brian was 10. Brian and Eddie attended Valley Way Public School, where they very fondly remember the original and longtime principal there, John Knott, and then Niagara Falls Collegiate and Vocational Institute, the legendary NFCVI. Eddie has recalled how, and I'm quoting here, every cross-section of the city went to that school, so it was like a big melting pot, everybody from the rich to the poor to all ethnic backgrounds. They both became involved in a variety of student activities. For example, Brian was awarded the title of Mr. Frosh during his first year at the school. Both were involved with sports. Eddie played junior basketball, Brian junior football. Both were talented public speakers. Brian won the Gamma Sigma oratorical competition at the school once, Eddie twice, and we should also mention that their sister, Roseanne, who she captured the first place in the same competition one year as well. She, by the way, is now a professor of criminology at the University of California, Berkeley. Eddie wrote a column about NFCVI activities for the Review. Brian was editor of the school's yearbook when he was in grade 13, and each served a term as president of the Gamma Sigma fraternity. Both had student jobs here. We've already heard the mayor speak of several of those jobs, but I will add one more. Brian worked Thursday evenings and Saturdays at Ben's Menswear on Queen Street, which in fact was directly across the street here from City Hall. Both went on to the University of Toronto and then studied law at Osgoode Hall Law School at York University. While Brian and Eddie each took their higher education in Toronto and later established their law practice and their home there as well, Niagara Falls still played an important role in their lives, such as when Eddie was married in a ceremony that took place in his aunt's garden here. As we have mentioned, both still have an affection for this community. And speaking with Brian yesterday by phone, he recalled his father's passing in 1957 and what a debt of gratitude the family owed the community at that terrible time for the outgoings of support it received. This kind of thing, he noted, speaks well of Niagara Falls. Both men have, as we know, received enormous success and fame in their chosen profession. Each has received a great variety and number of honors over the years in recognition of their skill and dedication, including the leadership they have provided various law-related organizations. I think it's also fair to say that they have been an inspiration to countless Canadian men and women considering the law as a career, and to those already studying law. One of those individuals happens to be my son-in-law, Ken Osborne, now a lawyer with Canadian Forces. When I told Ken a few days ago that I'd been asked to do this presentation this evening, he asked if he could email me a personal recollection about his final months of articling, not long before he was called to the bar. And it is a recollection, certainly, although I would also call it a tribute. This is part of what he sent me. When I, Ken, interviewed with a certain corporate law firm in 2003, it was mentioned that if I accepted their articling position, I would be eligible to take advantage of a short criminal law rotation with the firm Greenspan White, now Greenspan Partners. I remember getting very excited about the prospect of articling, even briefly, under the mentorship of a Greenspan. Uncertain whether the firm was Brian's or Eddie's, it really didn't matter, as both were legal celebrities to me. Each was a preeminent criminal defense lawyer in their own right. It just simply struck in my mind that I might have the opportunity to experience law at the hands of a Greenspan. As it turned out, he was sent to Eddie's firm, where he received, as Ken worded it, excellent mentorship and guidance. Brian and Eddie Greenspan have been a great credit to the legal profession and to this great city of Niagara Falls, where they spent the early years of their life's journey. Congratulations to both of you on receiving a key to the city.
Well, now, just before we're going to ask the Greenspan brothers to say a few words, and any other comments that we have from councillors, of course, are very welcome at this point. We do have a special part of the ceremony where we get to present. It's not every day that we get to present the key to the city. And this is a key of the city, from the city. obviously representative of all of us at council and all the citizens. And you've made us all very, very proud. You continue to make us proud. Every time we read about you, we know that you're Niagara Falls boys, and that makes us feel special. And I know that you guys reciprocate the feeling as well. So, what we'd like to do, officially, on behalf of City Council, this is picture time. We're going to officially present not just, now I did hear it mentioned that some others have received in the past keys to the city, but they don't all get the Zippo keychain that goes along with it. So this makes it a little special, and in addition, my assistant who's sitting at the door there is going to, we also have a little bit of a going away, is that money calling, or what is that? Does Vince need you to help him out again?
I'm not going to be home till 10 o'clock.
So first off, I guess I'll start off with Eddie. We'll go chronologically here. Did you need to take that call, Eddie?
I want to turn it off.
Okay, good. That's good. Well, hey, that's important. He's an important guy. So on behalf of the City of Niagara Falls, I officially present to you key to your city, and as well a keychain that goes along with it. So congratulations. Okay, and now I'm going to do my brother as well. And then you fellows can say some words, and I know council will have said some words as well. And of course, Brian, not to be outdone, and second, but not second in our hearts, we also would like to present to you officially key to your city from your city. Congratulations. Can we get you too close to that for a picture? One more. They just want to cut me out somehow. That's all I was trying to figure out. Come on up here. Can we get Eddie? Yeah, come on up here, Eddie, and we'll hold your keys. I'll grab yours too. Oh, he's already taking it out of the back. Look at this.
You've never seen it, so if you can show
Yeah. Here we go. If you want to come forward, if there's any family member. Get closer. Yeah, come on up. Don't be shy.
I am shy. I am shy.
Yeah, Winchester. Go. Yeah, I got it. Gentlemen, first of all, before we ask you to speak, we don't know if there's any comments or anything from council that we wanted to add to this, and if not, we'll let these gentlemen say their words. Okay, then we'll do that, fellas. And the mic is yours.
Let me thank you, Mr. Mayor, for your generous hospitality and for this opportunity to celebrate the Greenspan's family's enduring and close bond with the city where we were born, raised, and frequently returned to. The gesture of handing us the key to this magnificent place, a place that is infinitely prettier and better than Niagara Falls, New York. This place that we still do and forever will call home is a great moment for the Greenspan family that has enjoyed over 85 years a love affair with this wonderful city. My only hope is that you don't change the locks when we leave. By the way, I often lose my keys, and I wonder whether I could get a spare one. As I have said before, Niagara Falls is in my DNA. I was born here February 28, 1944, at the Niagara Falls General Hospital, a hospital made famous, as we all know, by Marilyn Monroe. I have grown up believing that my first night on Earth was in the very same bed that Marilyn Monroe slept in that movie. Unfortunately, they were on different nights. My family home was a walk-up apartment at the corner of Stanley Avenue and Ferry Street over a pharmacy named Peterson's. I then moved to McGrail, right near Borden's Milk Factory. Curly was our milkman. In fact, I think Brian has Curly's eyes. We moved to 1159 Florence Avenue. I was a Boy Scout at St. Stephen's Church around the corner from our home. I lasted a month as a Boy Scout. I remember that I tried to steal a chocolate bar when I was 10 years old from the Shady Nook store across the street from the church. The owner caught me in the act red-handed. I was clearly inept at being a criminal. Lucky for me, the owner didn't tell my folks, and I never stole anything again. I went to Kitchener Street School, as you've heard, Valleyway Public School, NFCVI for a while. As Mr. Zavitz said, I wrote a column for the Evening Review. Had I finished high school 2 years later than I did, I would have definitely been in the first class at that great new school called Brock. I got married in Niagara Falls at my aunt's house at 2200 Corwin Avenue, which is now 6200 Corwin Avenue, in her backyard. She lived there for 40 years, and for 40 years it was called her backyard. The day Susie and I got married, it was called the garden. So I had a garden wedding in my Aunt Jenny's Niagara Falls backyard. 45 years later, it is still my only wedding. My wife regrets the fact that it is still her only wedding. Niagara Falls is the home of one of my fondest cases in my career. On August 29, 1981, a woman named Dunya Sayeg stepped up to the rail of the falls, cradling her baby in her arm and looking at the waves rushing below. People heard her scream, "My baby, my baby." I dropped my baby. The baby had dropped into Niagara Falls. She said, "I'm so dizzy." She was charged with second-degree murder, but justice did prevail here in Niagara Falls, and the judge realized it was a case of a terrible and horrific accident, and the case was dismissed by Judge Wallace after a preliminary hearing right next door in the old City Hall. I happen to know the spot where 2.5-year-old month Eden Sayeg fell into the West Niagara River. I know it intimately. It's a place just a few yards north of the Horseshoe Falls, almost at the lip of the immense cataract. When I was a child, I used to spend hours standing there in the early autumn evenings when most of the tourists were gone, looking down at the darkening, swirling, hypnotic waters. It was a perfect spot from which to see the falls, because the prevailing winds would actually and usually blow the chilly clouds of mist the other way. I understand the magnetic pull of the falls. I've experienced it many times. I must tell you, Mr. Mayor, that this is not my first key to the city. As a kid, I had the real key to the city. In my first summer job ever, I would come to City Hall next door every day, go to the basement, get a big container and a pull cart contraption with 2 wheels. There was a funnel at the top. And every day of the summer, I carried with me attached to my belt the real key to the city of Niagara Falls. It opened every parking meter in the city, and every day I did just that. I took every penny, nickel, and dime from the parking meters to the basement of the City Hall and rolled it. Well, it may not have been the actual key to the city, but it was the key to the parking meters. And now I have the key to the city. The only regret I have is that I read that some group called the Honeymoon Suite, which I quite frankly have never heard of. He has 3 keys to the city. So if you think I'm finished with you, Mr. Mayor, Brian and I are finished at 2, you better take it down. We intend to get to 4. Thank you very much.
Eddie prepared. I should tell you, as usual, as I have for many, many years, I wrote the speech.
Are we going to do that under oath?
Let me also express my appreciation to the mayor and to council and to the city that has meant so much to me personally, to my family. And it's something that Eddie has said it's in the DNA. There isn't I cannot think of a time in my career, particularly in a jury trial, when by the end of the trial, the jury has not been aware that I was from Niagara Falls. First of all, it's a lot better than being from Toronto. And it's a lot more persuasive to have come and have your roots in a community such as this. There is so much that's nostalgic about it. Mr. Zavitz mentioned where I worked on Thursday nights and Saturdays, and I looked behind, and there still is the same white metal wall, where now is an insurance company, and when I was growing up, it was Ben's and then BJ's Menswear, and it was a place that I spent so much of my life and so much of my time enjoying the people that would come in, enjoying Queen Street, enjoying walking up and down and greeting and meeting people. It was always a matter of friendship at every corner. Niagara has, in many ways, dominated my thinking. It has been a place that was always compassionate, was always decent, was always a symbol to me of how people could get along, how people could resolve disputes, how people could be importantly good members of a community and make a contribution to the community. It is for me very, very touching that Mr. Broderick brought the greetings of the legal community. He was always a symbol to us of being not only one of the great gentlemen, one of the great members of the bar, but a symbol of gentility, a symbol of really the best of the legal profession, and really the symbol of Niagara's legal profession for now a couple of generations. He is really a very, very important person in the legal community throughout this country as well. Eddie has said it all. He has expressed the great affection we have for all of you, the great affection we have for our roots in this community. And perhaps the most important thing is, after 48 years in Toronto, and Eddie's had some 51 years in Toronto, or 52 years in Toronto, this is still home. It's still our home in so many ways. It's our emotional home. It is really what anchors us in so many important ways. And I thank you.
And also, gentlemen, just for the record, we've got these beautiful Niagara Falls gifts. These here are all sorts of keepsakes and mementos that Honeymoon Suite did not receive. So I just want to be clear that this is for you and for you only. There's one for each of you that we'll present to your families on your way out. And again, I'd like to reiterate, I was all excited about tonight. You know, I was on vacation last week with my family, and I was so excited to say to my wife. Matter of fact, I was by my parents last night, and I told them, I said, listen, you got to watch television tomorrow night. You have to see. We're going to be honoring and recognizing some of Niagara's favorite sons in a real special way. And I have to tell you, you've made my summer here, having you both come back. And the door is always open. You won't really need the key because it'll always be open to you fellas. And if there's anything that your city can do for you, please call on us. Thank you very much. We want to make sure we've got all their goodies. Yeah. So this one is for, this one's for Ryan. This one for Ryan. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I think everyone wants to shake hands. On the meeting, well, yeah.
Not the door.
Gentlemen, just before you leave, Councillor Carrier just wanted to have a couple of closing remarks.
Just a quick one, Your Worship. I may be one of the only councillors that have had some experience with one of the Greenspans. And I just wanted to say it's easy from my perspective to see why they're so successful. Because when I first was introduced to Mr. Brian Greenspan, and I went to his office, and I was expecting to find what in some circles they may describe as a pit bull for a lawyer. But what I saw and what I was introduced to was a kind, considerate, and caring person who was genuinely interested in my well-being. And I felt that way through the entire time that Mr. Greenspan represented me. And that's why I think that they enjoy the success that they do.
Well said.
One final comment.
Yes.
Because I know that Vince has been the subject of some comment from his fellow councillors.
No, not around here.
Experience with me. It is always a very, very important part of the role and life of a criminal lawyer to represent the occasional innocent and true thief. That was it.
You guys got to come back. Hey, just fellas, before you run away, I've got a couple of the councillors. I've got Councillor Morocco would like to say a comment, and Councillor Thompson as well. Councillor Morocco, please.
Just quickly, the first time that I met Ed Greenspan was at the Parkway Suites, and actually he just commented, I know he stayed there for a little while during a very high-profile trial. And I know that when he used to come in, we were like just terrified because here he comes, like, oh my goodness. But we were so impressed with him. And we were so impressed, and he stayed so long that Archie Ketchum at the time actually took the door off the room, of the hotel room, and engraved his name in it and gave it to him. So I'm sure he still has it in his basement. And he got the... I had no idea. I wasn't too sure what he was going to do with a hotel door room. But anyway, it was the first time, and it was quite an impression to meet someone of that profile, and never forgot. So I'm quite honored to have honored them here today.
Thanks for sharing that, Councillor. Thank you. And Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't get up after Councillor Carrio's comments that he was the only one that had any direct contact with him. We grew up probably a block and a half away, Florence Avenue and 6th Avenue, and I got a big kick out of Ed, your comments about memory lane with Shady Nook, and you really got me with the Milkman Curly. All things that we experienced, and over the years that I've been involved here, I've had many opportunities to meet in the Toronto area, and the only disappointment that I can really recall is when you did such a great job in getting Carrio off. I figured he'd at least do a couple of years.
Do you have a comeback to that one too? Well, gentlemen, again, thank you very much. In our Ready Room, Committee Room 1, we've still got some goodies, and you're welcome to hang out and spend as much time as you want with us. I'm sure you'd love to join us and watch the rest of the council. It's very exciting. And if not, there's lots of food in the other room.
Do you mind if we take a pass? We got the key now.
Just lock the door after you leave, would you? All right, thank you very much, fellas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, well, everything's going to seem anticlimactic after this, next order of business, I would call in our Niagara Falls Red Raiders into council chambers, so we'll ask them to come in next for your recognition. Pretty fun. invite our Red Raiders recipients into the room. I don't know if Mr. Pierangelo, if you're out there, if you can ask them to come in. Pardon me? Yeah. Okay, earlier this year, the Niagara Falls Red Raiders Major Bantam Boys Under 14 basketball team won the Ontario Basketball Association Championships. Playing some of the top teams all season, the Red Raiders managed to come out on top, making this the second Red Raiders Ontario Championships in the last 3 years. And tonight we're going to recognize our Red Raiders, and we're going to acknowledge them with some city awards. And this is typically what we do when a team from Niagara Falls wins the All-Ontarios or wins All-Canadas. We bring them right here to get recognized because, gentlemen, you're making your city proud. Just like the Greenspans that were here just before you, a couple of fellows that have gone on to be some of the most famous lawyers in the history of Canada from Niagara Falls. We bring them back because they make the city proud. We want to acknowledge that. And for that same reason, gentlemen, we want to thank you for making the city proud, for doing well as you did. So first off, I'd like to call our coaches up. We've got Greg Phillips and Bill Jackman. If you gentlemen would come up here to the opening here and help me with your team presentations. So you guys can do the names when you know we won't screw up. Greg, yeah, you guys are from the field. No? What? Yeah. Okay. So as I just read, these fellows just said you're entering chambers. These are a championship team. So maybe these gentlemen, Greg or Bill, you can maybe give us a little bit of a quick synopsis. Then we'll call each player up one at a time through the side here. We'll give you your trophy, and we'll take a group picture.
We've been together probably the core group for 4 or 5 years. And like you said, we've won the provincial championships 2 of the last 3 years. As they get older, we get to play tougher and tougher competition, but the boys have really stepped up, and it was a great season.
That's great. Yeah. So we'll call them up one by one, and we'll give them their award, and then we'll do a group picture.
Absolutely. Gary Fang.
Gary.
You can tell in high school he's going to, right?
Yeah. Congratulations. Okay.
Edric Macdon.
Get ready, June coming next. Congratulations. Okay.
Brandon Graziani.
Brandon.
Alex Simonovich. Sparky McLean. Vincent DeCosmo.
Congratulations, pal.
Adam Phelps.
Adam, congratulations.
And Andrew Baldwin.
Congratulations.
Okay. We have just 3 boys who aren't here. 2 are on vacation, and 1 is playing for Team Ontario in Indianapolis.
Oh, wow. What are their names?
So that would be Nate Chakowski and Brendan Courageous, and then Thomas Crosby is the one playing for Team Ontario in Indianapolis.
Oh, that's great. Well, folks, what do you say? Well, come on up here. We'll
just one more.
Oh, yes, please go, by all means. Yeah.
I have a couple of gifts for you.
Oh, boy.
One for the summer and one for the fall. Okay.
Excellent.
And I know that Mr. Todd recently had a fire in his house, and he lost some of his Red Raider gear. And him being one of the founding members, or one of the early members of Niagara Falls Red Raiders, we have some stuff for him also.
Very nice. We're going to ask him to be in the picture with us. Come on, get in the picture. You're one of the founding members. All right. Since you're tall, you can get in the back. So there we go. Come on.
Okay. Thanks, Niagara Falls.
Yeah, you can come right around.
We're good. We're good.
Smile, guys.
Yes. Good.
Excellent. Well done, fellas. Congratulations. Thanks very much.
Yeah. Oh, hey guys, these last three. Oh, thank you. Okay, and next up on the agenda, I would invite Joe Panessa from the Fatima Center and Pete Dichter. Is Pete?
Down to now.
Okay, good. Well, why don't you come on up here, Joe, and you can tell me who you're with, and let us know about what's going on at the Scotia Center in September.
Good evening. Get this going here. Good evening, your worship and counselors.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Joseph Panessa, chairman of this exciting conference, Fatima the Peace, Fatima the Path to Peace, taking place this fall. I'd like to thank Mayor Diodati and all the council members for having us here this evening. We're basically trying to just promote our conference and give you a little bit of education on what we're doing here in Niagara Falls. You've more than likely seen or heard the advertisement regarding the world's greatest opportunity, and are probably just a little curious. This opportunity, available to every person on the planet, will be revealed in its entirety the week of September 8th to the 13th at the Scotiabank Convention Center right here in Niagara Falls, Ontario. This event-filled week evolves around the gala dinner engagement with Dr. Ron Paul, three-time presidential candidate, American physician, and just recently retired congressman of 23 years over a 36-year period. Dr. Paul has been a longtime critic of the U.S. federal government's fiscal policies, especially the Federal Reserve, tax policy, the military, and the war on drugs. We have methodically assembled a full week of featured guests and experts who will produce and place all the pieces of the world's greatest opportunity. Together throughout these fascinating 5 days, there will be schedules and topics that will be currently available that we'll leave with you here this evening. I just want to remind you once again not to miss the gala evening, which will be hosted by journalist, film and television writer, and 5-time Emmy Award winner Peter Lance, formerly of ABC's Nightline and 2020. Peter is also one of our keynote speakers that will be speaking during the week. It is my pleasure to personally invite everyone in Niagara Falls, all your council members, and hopefully you can come to the gala dinner, or hopefully you've accepted, and we can get a few there to the conference. So we had this conference in many parts of the world, in Rome, India, you name it, we've had it, and we're right in the back door of the Vatican, and it's our pleasure to bring it to Niagara Falls in our backyard. And I'm going to, at this time, welcome you to Mr. Pennell, Don Pennell, who is one of my business associates and good friends, to explain a little bit further on the topic and elaborate a little bit more on what's going on. But we wish that we can leave you some reading information and see how we can get involved a little bit further on the topic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don Pennell. Go ahead, Don.
Thank you, Joe. Your worship, councillors, my name is Don Pennell. I'm the Public Relations Director for this conference. But first, let me tell you just a very small bit about the Fatima Center. We are headquartered in Fort Erie with 3 locations, and we employ 77 people, both full and part-time. We also have international offices in Italy, Ireland, India, and the Philippines. We have an orphanage in India supporting 100 children. We operate 2 on-air TV stations in Rome, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. and a web station through our website, fatimatv.com, in both English and Italian. I will assure you that there will be millions of people through these television stations which will learn about Niagara Falls. To have a world conference of any type in your city is most rare indeed. One of the main speakers is Senator Lieutenant General Romeo Dallaire, the man whose heroics and strategies saved thousands of lives of Rwandans and was the basis for the Hollywood movie Hotel Rwanda starring Nick Nolte. We will have in attendance officers and staff from the local armories to join Lieutenant General Dallaire for lunch. As well, in attendance, we will have a contingent of veterans from the various legions who will be wearing their decorations. In attendance to this conference will be politicians, clergy, and academics from the EU, United States, and Canada. This will be an opportunity for you, our local invited guests. Yes, we invite you to join us and to rub shoulders and converse with a world view. This conference is the culmination of 35 years of diligent work of Father Nicholas Gruner to bring this world-class conference to not only the Niagara area, but the rest of Canada. So I will leave with the clerk, I will leave some information, and he may pass that out to all the councillors. And I thank you very much. And Joe, I'll pass it back to you.
Just a reminder in case you missed it. You know, we are having an incredible gala dinner evening, and with Dr. Ron Paul, it is going to be pretty major. And we have some surprise visitors as well that will be there that evening that will be announced that evening. And we again like to just say thank you to the mayor, the city council members, and all the beautiful people. I see a lot of faces I haven't seen here for a long time, and just say thank you again for being here, okay?
Well, Joe, let me ask you a question now.
Sure.
Approximately how many delegates are you anticipating that'll be here, and how many countries?
Well, right now, to give you a good answer to that, Jim, is a lot of the politicians that we're working with in different parts of the world. We have some coming in from Italy, Austria, some from the United States, and some Canadians. It's not growing as big as we like in that area because these guys, like you all know, they all have busy schedules, and they're coming from all parts of the world. So we're still working, and we're still trying to get some confirmations, but we're hoping to get 20 to 30. Which is a big number. I thought we were going to get higher, but I'd be very happy with 20 to 30.
That's great. And,
and plus you guys here.
And this is the first time, I mean, in total people, like, are you expecting, what kind of total attendance are you anticipating?
Again, we're hoping, between 2,000 to 5,000. It's again, early stages. We're just reaching out for some publicity right now. 101.1 has just joined forces. They're the local station. Some of the Toronto stations are joining forces. So it's actually being promoted heavier now and in August than we have to date. But all the preliminary mailings have gone out worldwide, and so all that stuff has been done. So now we're waiting for results on a day-to-day basis. Well,
that's great. Well, we thank you very much for making us aware of it. We'll definitely be planning to be a part of it, and good luck with all your planning for the event.
Fantastic. God bless everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we're going to move to our planning matters. I would ask our clerk if he would please introduce the first event.
This is actually it's not a statutorily required public meeting under the Planning Act. This is to remove the H symbol from the holding symbol from the bylaws related to the former Loretto property at 6881 Stanley Avenue. However, notice was given to various individuals or agencies who requested notification and notice on the lifting of the holding symbols. Anybody who wished to speak were supposed to make contact with me. I didn't receive anything. I do know Mr. Lustig's in attendance for the applicant, and there is a short presentation by the planning department, so I guess Alex can do his thing, and then if Mr. Lustig wants to speak to the matter, and we go from there.
Okay, Mr. Hurlovich, it's all yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. As the city clerk said, this involves the former Dorado property located at the corner of Stanley Avenue and Livingston Street. The council passed a zoning bylaw on the property in 2012. There are actually 3 bylaws for each of the towers. They include holding provisions, one for an archaeological assessment and the other for the most southerly building, which requires a microclimate study or wind study. The archaeological study, stage 4, has been undertaken, and it has been accepted by the Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Sport, and therefore satisfies the condition of zoning with respect to the holding provision. With respect to the southerlymost tower, required a microclimate report be prepared. It was done, and it concluded additional planting of trees. The wood fence to the south of the Our Lady of Peace Chapel would mitigate any wind impacts. The owner has entered into a development agreement with the city to undertake any wind mitigation measures as part of the future development, and therefore the zoning requirement is also fulfilled. Therefore, the H provision can be removed from the 3 properties, and we're recommending that council pass the bylaws on tonight's agenda to lift those H provisions. That's the highlights.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hilovich. Ed, I didn't know if you had any further comment or how you felt. Mr. Lustig?
Thank you, Your Worship.
Only to indicate that we're very grateful to Mr. Todd and Mr. Hilovich for the report, and we'd ask you to support the report and to pass the bylaws. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions you have.
Okay, that's great. Councillor Thompson and Councillor Morocco.
Yeah, I have no problem with making the motion, but I was fascinated by the report with respect to the archaeological study. They said they found 50,000 artifacts. What were they? Any idea, or what was there? Or?
I think pieces of weaponry, that kind of thing. That was the nature of the find.
And what would they do with that material?
Catalog them and keep them.
Would that go to a museum or something? Yeah.
Well, actually, part of the plan is to have a part of a demonstration of some of these artifacts in the...
on site?
Yes.
That's very interesting. Anyway, I thought that was interesting to hear that in the report, but they have satisfied the reasons for the holding symbol, and I would move it be withdrawn.
Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Morocco, that the H be removed. Any other comment from council? If not, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's opposed? Okay, with 1 opposed. All right, thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you, Your Worship.
All right, thank you.
Good night.
Okay, we're going to just jump ahead here to communications. And first, before I do, is there anybody here for the Niagara Gateway Economic Zone and Center? Is anybody here for that issue? Okay, seeing none, then we're going to move forward to communication. First off, number 1, we've got a request from Sullivan Mahoney requesting additional leased land and traffic signals, and there's a recommendation that this be referred to staff for a report. So we're looking for a motion. Yes, Mr.
Yeah, Mr. Richardson requested to speak to this. My apologies to him. I thought we would be able to get this done at 5:30, but obviously we've been delayed, so he's waited patiently. So I would suggest that you bring him forward. He's also got some information for council to be handed out to council.
Okay, Mr. Richardson, would you like to approach council? Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Tom Richardson. I'm a senior partner in the law firm of Sullivan Manny in St. Catharines and in Niagara Falls. I'm here today on behalf of Marineland Canada, Inc. With me is Mr. John Holler and my partner Tom Wall, who addresses many of the legal requirements of Marineland. I've provided a small booklet that the clerk is handing out simply to assist me in my brief presentation to you this evening. Mr. Wall has addressed 2 letters to the city, which are referenced in your agenda, as the clerk has just indicated. They are found in this booklet at tabs 1 and 5. I don't propose to read them, but they're there, and I wish to amplify briefly, if I might, the requests that are contained in those 2 letters. Our submissions are to address ongoing confrontations between protesters at Marineland and the customers of Marineland. Our first request is to seek permission to install traffic lights at the Portage Road entrance to Marineland. You may know that there are lights there now which are pedestrian activated to allow pedestrians to cross Portage Road. What we're looking to do is to install at Marineland's cost traffic lights to regulate that as a four-way intersection. Because of the deliberate disruption of traffic exiting Marineland at Stanley Avenue, it has been found necessary to convert the entrance on Portage Road to both an entrance and an exit. As I've indicated, the intersection currently is regulated only for pedestrian activated traffic. In order to allow vehicles to exit Marineland on Portage Road, it has been necessary to keep a person at the intersection during busy times, to direct the traffic to stop when it's exiting Marineland, activate the pedestrian light to permit vehicles to turn left or north, and then to allow the vehicles to proceed. So Marineland would like to convert the intersection into a four-way intersection controlled by traffic lights, and is proposing to assume the cost for the installation of the traffic lights to regulate traffic in all directions. Now, Mr. Dren was kind enough to speak to me before the meeting this evening, and it may be worthwhile for us to have some further discussion with your staff on this matter, but we're anxious to see this done as quickly as possible because of the difficulties that are being encountered there. In my booklet, the nature of the intersection is shown at tab 1 in a blow-up of an aerial photograph. You'll recall that just over a year ago, this council agreed to lease some land to Marineland in order to address the entranceway. So the aerial photograph, if you were to turn it sideways on, the yellow lines are the limits of the road allowance of Portage Road. If you look on the bottom side of the roadway, the area that was leased by the city to Marineland is outlined in dark lines. That is on the bottom of the roadway here. And on the right-hand side of the entranceway, you will note that the line drops down before proceeding further towards Chippewa and then down to the yellow line. It left a notch out of the land that's leased. That was deliberate. There is existing on there a part of the asphalt walkway that leads from Marineland towards Chippewa. But what we're finding is happening is that allows protesters then to be immediately adjacent to vehicles entering or exiting Marineland, with some unhappy consequences, quite frankly. And so our second request this evening is to seek a lease on the same terms as the lease you authorized a year ago for that parcel of land. Now, my second tab shows the reference plan with the area that is currently leased to Marineland shown as Part 1 on the plan. I've taken a highlighter and highlighted the entranceway with the island in the middle, which forms part of the area that's leased to Marineland. The notch that I'm mentioning is immediately to the right of the yellow-colored portion, and you can see that it allows protesters to be immediately adjacent to vehicles which enter or now are leaving the site and are turning right or east towards Chippewa. So that's the location of the parcel we're seeking a similar lease for. The area of land is actually shown in a draft reference plan at tab number 4. It's about 56 square meters, call it 500 square feet. So that is the second request that we're making this evening. Now, tab 5, as I've indicated, is the second letter from my partner, Mr. Wall. We're asking for one further piece of leased land. To the northwest of the main entrance to Marineland, that is the vehicular access, there is a bus stop for your people mover. Marineland, as you may know, this past year has erected a chain link fence on the property, and I'll come back to its location. And through that fence, Marineland has created a pedestrian entranceway. It's a gateway that leads directly from the bus stop into Marineland. It's also become a point of confrontation. And so what we're seeking is a similar lease for a second parcel of land, which is shown at tab number 6. It shows the walkway as currently created leading from the bus stop into the site. On the tab number 6, Part 1 is the portion proposed to be leased. Part 2 is actually part of the ownership of marine land. And you will see below it where the fence has been located, and I wish to emphasize this, Mr. Mayor, well inside the marine land property. It's not on the property line. It's certainly not on the line of the land proposed to be leased by the city to marine land. It is, in fact, at this location, several meters inside the marine property. Now, if I could take you back to tab number 3, which is the land that's now leased by the city to marine land. I have an additional request to make, and it is this. I'm asking that this council bring to the attention of the regional police the location of the land which you were kind enough to lease to marine land, because we've found that what's happened is the police seem to think that the location of the property line is the row of trees which are on marine land property. So they have been allowing the protesters not only to use the land you've leased to marine land, they're also allowing them to enter onto the marine land property up to the fence. And as I emphasized a moment ago, the fence is actually inside the property line on marine land property. So what was intended to try and maintain some calm there, to separate the protesters from those who wish to come to marine land, the opposite has happened. Now that shouldn't need any staff report. That's simply a matter of asking that you make a request to the regional police. Inform them of this plan, of the location of not only the property line but the leased line, so that the police can keep the protesters back, as was intended a year ago when these lands were leased to marine land. So in conclusion, Mr. Mayor, my respectful request on behalf of marine land is this: the lease of 2 additional parcels of land, quite small, permission to install at marine land's expense full traffic lights at Portage Road entrance to marine land, and we're requesting the council direct the continued cooperation of the regional police in keeping the demonstrators off the lands owned or leased by marine land, as shown on tab 3. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Are there any questions or comments of council? Mr. Richardson. Councillor Thompson and Morocco?
Yes. First of all, through you to the clerk, what are we doing with this report? It's being suggested that be referred to staff for a report. We've been dealing with this for how long? We approved the lease previously. Is there not some method that we can give direction to staff to proceed with this as quickly as possible, rather than our next meeting is August 18th, and I think by that time most of the summer is going to be past us.
Well, the fact of the matter is you have to give notice with regard to the proposed lease. So this additional lease space, we have to give notice to the public, so there's no way we can do that without bringing it to the August meeting. And this really isn't different than what happened last year, and in fact, this would be expedited from last year in the sense I went back and looked at the record. You received a request from Marine Land last year in approximately April. We brought back and gave notice on the lease at a meeting in June. So there was basically one meeting. There were 3 interim meetings when we brought back the lease. But I mean, based on council's direction tonight, obviously we would give the notice for probably for the next meeting. I'm sure that can be done.
Okay, well, it's unfortunate that we didn't realize for this meeting we could have given notice. What's the time frame with respect to that?
I think in the last case we gave notice about a week in advance of the council meeting. Yeah. So,
can you were very diplomatic in your comments about what is happening out there. Can you describe what happens after we spent $50 million on a WeGo bus system that they get dropped off at the entrance and have to go through a little gate in the fence. And what happens when the people who are visiting here and out trying to enjoy themselves, what happens?
I have not been there on a holiday weekend, but I did today view some film that had been made in which visitors are required to walk through a gathering of people with placards and one fellow with a megaphone shouting out his comments about Marineland. A person dressed as though he were a Marineland employee accosting customers and then handing them material, which of course is nothing promoting Marineland at all. But he was dressed, as I noticed, in a blue shirt, brown shorts, and a day-glow vest, exactly the same as the Marineland employee who was directing traffic at the entrance, as I described a moment ago.
So this is the way we welcome people, and I'm up here today talking as chairman of Niagara Falls Tourism, and I don't think it's any secret that people realize that what is our lifeblood here? It's inviting people to come and enjoy the falls and the amenities and the attractions here. Everybody has their own philosophy. Everybody has their own thoughts and passions, and I can't say anything against the protesters. They have the freedom and rights in this country, and they can protest for their cause. But you know, there's also freedom of rights in this country for somebody who runs a legal, legitimate business that has been built over 50 years that also has some and needs some protection. So I think that we have to, it's unfortunate we can't move along more quickly with this because this is what we're being subjected to. If it was a simple case of protesting, I understand that even the entrance had to be changed to Portage Road from Stanley Avenue due to the fact that people were standing in front of the cars, Marineland people telling people before, roll up your windows, protesters ahead. They'd stop them, and some of the comments and other activities that were going on are certainly a sad situation for visitors to this community. So I wish you could elaborate further on some of the activities that go on there.
Well, I might use that as an invitation, Mr. Mayor. I am going to ask you to invite your staff to obtain a copy of a press release released today, which is entitled Marine Animal Defense Releases List of Demands of this Council. You have it? Good, thank you.
Well, I don't think everybody has it, but some of it has it. Anyway, everybody has the right to be passionate about their objection. They can protest legally, but I think business also has rights in this community, and we have to be mindful of that and protect that also. So hopefully we can get on with this as quickly as possible.
Councillor Morocco?
Your Worship, the only thing I wanted to ask is Portage Road, regarding the stoplight, through you to our staff, is the stoplight there to be on Portage, not a regional road?
Portage Road is city.
Mr. Dren, just to confirm that is city.
Okay.
It's a city road.
Okay, I just want to make sure, so it's no problem.
So I guess one of my questions, and our last meeting that we had with the police and trying to determine everything, property lines, I thought we determined at the last meeting we were going to delineate, figure out exactly the property line, and we were going to mark it out. So has that not taken place? It has taken place? Just want to be...
Yeah, my understanding is that with reference to the first property that Mr. Richardson refers to, there has been some demarcation that's taken place. We have the meeting, as you know, Mr. Mayor, with the police where we clarified exactly where the leased property was. But that didn't resolve the issue with regard to the pathway, which, as pointed out, was not part of the lease because it allowed for the public, obviously, to walk on, as it is a sidewalk. And that has been used by the protesters to kind of position themselves and try to deal with the cars coming out. I'd make two other points in fairness to Mr. Richardson. He made this reference to the other map near the WeGo bus stop, which I think is a fair request on the part of Marineland. The issue that has happened, and this isn't anything new, the fence and what's purported to be the property line, and I'm not going to argue that point here today in council, but we have brought that to the attention of the police. In fact, I brought it to the police's attention before the first protest of the year in the company of Mr. McKeag from Sullivan Manny, who also represents the police. And the discussion at that time was whether that is Marineland property or not. The fence has become the de facto new boundary line, and it would be very difficult for the police, especially during the bigger protests, which happen once a month, to kind of maintain this sort of no man's land between what may be the property line and the fence line. The police have done an excellent job, I think, during the protests at maintaining order. Yes, the protesters go up to the fence. They're requested to not put any banners on the fence and have usually complied, and they haven't. They've been asked to not climb. Of course, when the police aren't there, that may not happen. But I think it puts the police in a very awkward position to have to try to enforce this kind of no man's land. And I think that would be part of the thing we may come back with in a report to council in August. Obviously, last time when we did this, Mr. Beeman provided some advice previously. And I would make one final point that a similar request went to the region last year, and the region still hasn't heard that request. So the city does expedite these matters.
And another question is regarding the traffic light, and maybe, Carl, you can help us to understand, if they're willing to pay at their expense to make that vehicle-friendly, is there a reason why we wouldn't just give you direction or give you authority to move forward on that?
That part of, Mr. Mayor, that part of it could be done. We have checked with the region. The region is our contractor when it comes to signals. We have talked to them. The process is probably about 6 to 8 weeks. But I wanted to speak to Marineland because it would involve tearing up or I guess, constructing part of the road, because loops have to go into the ground, the loops that detect vehicles when they come up to an intersection. And so that may be an issue. And so I think we needed to talk on that. If we could work that out and point out all the issues to them about that, yeah, we could go ahead if we were provided direction. And we do have a bit of we do have a estimate. It's about $35,000 to do it. The other thing I pointed out to Mr. Richardson was that that we are planning to reconstruct that intersection in 2015 in the capital budget. We could request the council to move it to 214. Which at that point we would reconstruct the whole intersection, and there would be no cost. So that's a choice that they can make, because we would reconstruct it under our program, and we would add that extra leg of the intersection to that.
Okay, so I'm not sure if council, Mr. Richardson, I don't know if you have any comment on that or any perspective on the option. I mean, tonight obviously we can authorize staff to move forward. However, given the situation, I guess you got to weigh the options of what you just heard.
Mr. Holler has. I spoke with him after speaking with Mr. Dren this evening. He would prefer to move forward on the lights immediately and is prepared to pay for them.
Okay, well, that saves the taxpayers some money that we were going to spend, so it's definitely an advantage for vehicles leaving the parking lot. So tonight, just so we're clear on, this is the only thing that we're really, Mr. Clerk, the only thing that we're able to vote on tonight, because the property you have to bring forward in August, the property line for the lease, and this is the only thing, am I right, that we can deal with tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Morocco?
Make the motion when it comes time.
Well, we can bring it forward now, because we're ready.
Make the motion to move forward on the, actually we have to move up our budget first. We refer to staff to incorporate that funds, or actually not the funds, but the...
Mr. Holder's prepared to pay.
Right.
If we do it now.
But we need to move that
yes.
up so that we don't have to pay for it, because Mr. Holder's going to pay
yes.
for it. That's where I'm going.
Okay. So a motion to move the project, to authorize staff to move forward. Yes, Mr. Dren, did you want to?
I just want to make something clear with respect to the signals. The signals, any work that's done this year, we really have lost that equipment. Because the signals are old, it would be older equipment going on to these signals. We wouldn't be able to use any of that equipment next year or the year after when we rebuild it. So there's no savings to us as the city.
What kind of expense would it have been, is it going to be to the city to reconstruct that?
To reconstruct the intersection, when we reconstruct the intersection, is approximately $150,000 to $175,000. But the $35,000 that's going in is not really money that we would save. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Because we're going to do it anyways.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, Mr. CAO.
Just to make that clear, if we were to keep to our original schedule, we would be doing that work in 2015. We'll go ahead and do the work now. We would get 2 years of lifespan out of the expenditure now.
Yes.
And we would keep to our original schedule and do the whole intersection in 2015. But the work that we would do now to make the lights correct would be at the expense of Marineland, and we get 2 years out of that.
Right. Okay. Okay. So you want to make the motion to direct staff to move forward on the arrangement with the Marineland funding the upgrade of the intersection light.
Exactly, yes.
And the lease for the property.
And yeah, staff to come back with the lease at our next meeting. That's right. Okay, that's moved by Councilor Morocco and seconded by Councilor Iannoni. Yes? Okay. Is there any other discussion to council? I've got Councilor Gates and Councilor Wayne.
I want the two motions split, please. I think they're certainly different. And then I'll ask a question to the lawyer.
Okay, fair enough. So the first, did you want to comment on the first or the second part, Councilor?
I'm trying to find out what the net benefit to the taxpayer is from this arrangement.
Well, as it turns out, it's not going to cost the taxpayer anything for the option.
Okay, but is this going to present savings to the taxpayer?
Well, originally I thought it might, but what we're hearing from Mr. Dren is they're going to put all new equipment in. It's going to cost significantly more than that. Is that right, Mr. Dren?
It's the equipment they're using would be outdated when we go and reconstruct it. So we're not available. We can't take the equipment we're using now and put it into our new reconstruction. That's all I was saying. Make it very clear. We're going to rebuild it in 2015. That's a complete rebuild. Okay.
Can we not do the rebuild now so that there's a benefit to the taxpayer?
Mr. Dren?
With respect to this, there's no benefit to the taxpayer because Marineland is putting in the full amount right now.
No, she's saying if we move this forward now,
it would be at no cost to them. They wouldn't have a cost.
No, but if we took their $35,000,
we could do that.
Cost.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be the cost. We just don't have it funded at this point.
Right.
In the budget.
Does that answer your question, Councillor? Yeah, go ahead, Mr. C.A.
I think from Marineland's perspective, and Carl can help me out here, I think in order to do the design work and get that done, we wouldn't be talking about construction until probably early next year, before we could even get in and do that work. So if Marineland is wanting to get ahead with this in the next 6 weeks, we simply would do those improvements now and put off and do our engineering work in 2014 and budget for that complete intersection in 2015 in our capital budget. And that was on our books anyway to do in the 2015 capital budget, so it would just be part of our normal capital program at that time.
So does that answer your question, Councillor? So what they're looking for now, it doesn't look like there's going to be a benefit to us other than we'll get 2 years of using the equipment at the expense of Marineland for the upgraded signaling and lighting equipment at the intersection. So we'll split the motion. The first part of the motion, moved by Councilor Morocco, seconded by Councilor Iannoni, is that we authorize staff to work with Marineland to upgrade the equipment at their cost immediately. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, one opposed. And the second part of the motion is that we ask staff to come back with a leasing proposal at our next council meeting. Is that right? As the same terms as the last? Okay, with the same type of terms as the last lease. Is that right? Okay, well, any discussion to the motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. Yep, Councillor Gates.
I thought somebody else was going to speak. Yeah, I see on the document here that they had a meeting, further to our meeting held on June 18th, that you had a meeting which was attended by you, Mayor Jim G. Daddy, Mr. John Holder, me, and various other parties. And I'm wondering what various other parties attended the meeting. Before I ask you a question.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk.
I attended, our manager of bylaw services attended, Mr. Beeman attended, Councillor Thompson was in attendance, representatives from Marineland, Mr. Wall from Sullivan Manny, Carmen, the security guy, Mr. Holler. Police were there, yes. Sergeant Bill Schoenhals, who's the lead police officer on the protest, was also in attendance.
Okay. So the question that I have is that I think I've been pretty clear that I believe protesters have the right to protest in a free and democratic society, whether it be Ontario or Canada. And I participated in the odd protest in my day. I know some people may be surprised at that, but I have. But the reality is that normally with protesters, and I'm glad to see that the police were there, is that there's usually a protocol that's put in place around how the protest is done. You usually meet with the parties and try to work out some kind of criteria on how it should be done. And I'm wondering if that has happened in this particular case. Because what I'm seeing here is, and certainly with no disrespect to anybody, it's really to try to limit the protesting and what they can do. But I think maybe if we sit down with the people that are involved, with the police, with the City of Niagara Falls, and maybe with Marineland, maybe they can come up with a protocol on how they can do the protesting. That's what I've done my entire life, and it's worked really well in other protests. And I know what some people are going to say, well, some of the protesters may be very rowdy or whatever. I don't think it's any surprise. I belong to a pretty militant union, the CAW, and we've been able to work out those type of situations in a lot of tough circumstances, whether it be at Queen's Park, whether it be in Ottawa, whether it be in businesses that we represent. So I'm just wondering if we've given that a try at all, just to see if we've met with the key players of the protesters, so I really don't know who they are. So.
Yeah, well, that's the clerk.
The police do have discussions with the Marineland Animal Defense Group, as they're known. They kind of set the rules or talk to them about what the terms of engagement will be at a given protest. I don't think there's any, we have not met with these people as staff, although we've had interaction with them at past protests, and I can tell you that I don't think there's any opportunity for compromise. And I think the protesters are pretty adamant that, you know, they want to be able to hand out these brochures which, you know, basically espouse their opinion about Marineland. And I think, you know, to echo Councillor Thompson's comments, and I made these comments at Council last year, you know, people who are leaving or entering Marineland often are unaware that these people aren't Marineland staff, because they usually wear fluorescent pennies. In fact, the first time I went out with bylaw staff at one of the protests, I thought they were Marineland employees. So, and if you read anything on the internet these days, you know, they're going to do what they propose to do one way or another. Whether this solves the situation remains to be seen, which I think is more to your point, Councillor Gates. But I do not see any value of sitting down with the Marineland Animal Defense Fund. They don't want to meet with me. They would like me to be fired. So you decide whether you want me to chair that meeting or not. I'd be happy to attend, but I don't think there's any purpose served with that.
So the short answer there after that speech is your answer is no? Okay.
Well, the police and the protesters do meet.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to see, because when you take a look at this, you saw you met with one side of the house, basically, and you never met with the other side of the house, and I just thought, well, you know what, I've been in some tough situations, and we've been able to come up with a compromise. Obviously, our clerk is saying that he doesn't believe that to be possible, and that's fair. That's a fair comment. I appreciate it. Thank you.
And it is, and in fairness, I was contacted by Mr. Holler on their side to meet. And I've never been contacted by any of the online, I'm not sure who they are, protests. There's a few people that I know that coordinate these protests that would like to meet. I'd be happy to meet with them, but they've never reached out and asked or requested to meet with us. So in the meantime, I think it's fair compromise, just that if I'm getting off of a WeGo bus that the public, the taxpayers funded, I shouldn't have to walk through a protest to get to where I'm going. And that's my feeling. I don't want to go through that. You're free to protest, and there's nothing wrong with protesting, but don't get in the way of the public. That's not right.
Why I'm talking about compromise.
Yeah, and that's why, and I agree with you. However, never been reached out. The Marine Land Animal Defense people, whoever they are, have never reached out to me.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Yep, Mr. Arafita, and then Karen.
Yeah, and I mean, the purpose of the Marine Land Animal Defense folks is to close marine land. I mean, there's no compromise there. That's their main goal, and so I don't see how any sort of meeting of the minds could take place on that.
Councillor Carrio?
Well, Your Worship, the other thing that's kind of sad in most, I'm assuming in most protests that Councillor Gates has been involved in, it's usually an adult situation, either a union thing or whatever. I feel really bad when I see all these poor kids getting subject to this. They go up there, little kids going up to Marineland, they got no idea what's going on here. And it's not nice. And these people are not nice. I think it's horrible to have the kids subjected to this.
Okay, so we've got part 2 of our motion that we ask staff to come back at our August meeting with a lease arrangement option similar to the conditions of the last lease. And we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, with 2 opposed. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, no? Okay. Next up, just because I see Dean in the audience, we do have a resolution. Appreciate you being patient. You've been here most of the night regarding the Grand Fondo. And you'll see there's in your package, there's a Grand Fondo resolution. We do. And just before we do, just because, did you want to come forward, Dean? I know Dean's here with the Grand Fondo. This is a very exciting, first time ever happened in Niagara Falls. And maybe just give us a real snapshot of what's going on before we vote on the resolution.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. It's been a pleasure to sit in on council and listen to. Truly, actually. I'm sort of your number 1 tourist the last 16 months. I've been here pretty much every week, a minimum of 2 nights a week, working on an epic event that we're bringing to Niagara Falls and the region. It's called the Grand Fondo Niagara Falls. And if I could, just maybe I'll take 5 minutes and just give you a quick overview. You have a document that outlines the event. There's a presentation here. I don't know that I want to step through it all. Who's controlling it here for me? Can I do it myself? Okay. If you just go to the next one, actually, that'd be great. Okay, I'll just, this is probably a good summary of what a Grand Fondo is. It's probably a term you hadn't heard before unless you're familiar with our event, but effectively Grand Fondo means big ride. It's a phenomenon that's been in place for decades in Europe, and it basically gives opportunity for cyclists to celebrate cycling 1 day a year in these beautiful venues that host them. And we've had a vision for quite some time to bring in a Grand Fondo to Niagara Falls. Our company is based out of Vancouver, and we started with the Grand Fondo Whistler in 2010 as an extension of the celebration of the Bannock efforts in the Vancouver Olympic Games. We worked with the Ministry of Transportation and stakeholders in that province to actually shepherd 4,000 cyclists from downtown Vancouver up to Whistler, effectively closing the Sea to Sky Highway for cyclists for half a day. We didn't stop there. We went to Banff. Last year we had the inaugural Grand Fondo Banff. It took us 2.5 years to get the approvals from the National Park. You had to do a wildlife assessment and an environmental impact assessment. People wanted to know what an elk would do if 1,500 bikes went by. So, we made something up, I think. But the reality is we got the approvals. We had to sign a document with the National Park that if there was an animal on course that they could shut us down. Effectively, and so we work with the national parks. There was a bear on course half an hour before the Banff event. We were told there was a bear and cubs on course. We had a contingency plan in place, and we rerouted our event by 42 kilometers in order to shepherd our cyclists around. They actually applauded our efforts to do that, and we were welcomed back into the park for a second year this year. We've been working on this event for Niagara Falls for the better part of 3 years. So Mayor Diodati, I want to thank you personally for your support right from day one. It's been an interesting project. We see ourselves as sort of community builders because of the nature of our event. It spans 127 kilometers. It starts and finishes at the falls. We have a great relationship with the Niagara Parks Commission. We're going through beautiful Niagara on the lake. we've had to find a way to get across the Welland Canal, and working with the Ministry of Transportation and the OPP to actually close half of the Thurl Tunnel in order to shepherd our cyclists back and forth through the Welland Canal. We're going around the beautiful region of Pelham with the support of Thurl, who we're crossing in order to get to Pelham. So, you know, as challenging as that sounds, it's been a beautiful experience to work with the Greater Niagara region and the City of Niagara Falls. So we're so proud to be hosting the inaugural Grand Fondo Niagara Falls on September the 14th. We're expecting between 2,000 and 3,000 cyclists. We're well on our way to that number. Typically they travel with about 1.8 people. That's empirical data based on our 4 years experience. They like to stay a few nights. So the nature of our event is the 13th of September we're putting on the Niagara Bike and Wine Expo down at the Sheraton on the Falls Convention Center. Expecting many exhibitors. We're partnered with the Wine Festival. For the first time in 62 years, the Wine Festival has changed the start of their festival 1 week to coincide with our event on the 14th of September, because the coexistence of cycling and wineries is a natural fit, and it's an extension of really the beauty of this sport. We're here one day a year. We're hoping to have a legacy event. You know, really the mission here is to show the world that Niagara and Niagara region is cycling friendly, and they'll bring their bikes to the other 364. So I just wanted to share a little bit of that with you. This information is available to you. The presentation is on your system. You have the information, which is a summary of our event, in front of you. I just want to thank you for the resolution, and if you have any questions, I'm more than
Any questions
available.
for
I just want to show that picture there. We caught Mayor Diodati laying down on the job for a few minutes, but he's been showing up at our promotional events ever since we started. We had a pre-ride. If you go to the next slide, maybe. Or was there an image of all the cyclists at the winery? Did you already pass it? I think you already did.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we had a pre-ride on May the 11th out of Jackson Triggs Estate Winery. We had about 100 cyclists come out, and some of which are hand cyclists, which we're welcoming to enjoy the venue as well. So Mayor Diodati, in true fashion, jumped in and took it for a spin around the parking lot. There were a lot of people were concerned you were going to catch your tie in the mechanism there.
Did you say concerned or we're hoping?
Concerned. But thank you once again. Any questions?
That was a lot of fun, actually. That lay-down bike was, how much, what's the value of one of those bikes?
That particular one was about $12,000. That's a hand cycle, custom built for a gentleman that requires a hand cycle. But I rode that day 50 kilometers behind them. At first out of concern, because I wanted to see how they'd be on the roads. Then it was out of trying to catch up with them. Quite frankly, amazing athletes. So we're going to be welcoming some of them. We've got a great plan for the 2 days. We're welcoming Jim Cuddy and Barney Bentall to come both ride and perform. We're putting on a free public concert in Queen Victoria Park for 90 minutes at the end to celebrate. Our great sponsors are going to be there active. The 13th is going to be a blast the day before. So that's the image I was looking for. That was at Jackson Triggs on May the 11th. And this is the 4 hand cyclists that joined us. So that was a sampling of some of our riders that came from all over, really, to pre-ride some of the great cycling that your region offers. So we're truly excited.
Oh, that's excellent, and what a great event, and that was neat riding that bike. I was surprised how fast it went as well.
Yeah,
it was neat. I'd never ridden anything like that, you know. But great event, and we're thrilled that they've chosen Niagara Falls. I mean, as he said, they've done Vancouver to Whistler, they've done Banff, and now they're going to have Niagara Falls. I mean, what a lineup! What a great place to have it. And biking is so popular now with the GO train that on the weekends is filled with cyclists. They had a problem at Metrolinx because they didn't have enough space.
Correct.
And they'd have 2 full cars jammed with bicycles, so it's huge. I still laugh, though, at bike, cycling, and wineries going together. I still get a kick out of that one. But,
yeah. It's a bit tricky. If I could just mention one last thing. Another element of our event on the 13th, the night before, we do something called the Family Fundo. One of our partners is Great Wolf Lodge, and we put on a kids' ride, and we're expecting between 400 and 500 kids. So we're promoting it out through schools, to the local. It's free. It basically gives the opportunity for kids to hear about cycling safety, learn hand signals, helmet safety. We give away a lot of things, and there's a great little ride on part of the parkway on the path, shepherded by bike marshals and Niagara Parks Police, and then back to the lodge for a bit of a kids' party and enjoying the water park. So we really reach out to the family aspect of it too. We want people to bring not only their bikes but their kids.
I think it was a great sight to see as thousands of cyclists go ushering through the city. Real exciting. So anyway, we do have a resolution before you. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Gates, that Council adopts the full resolution. We'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. That's
tremendous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for your
Good evening.
patience, too.
Go back to
Okay, now we're going to go all the way back to, we've got a draft comprehensive, yes, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, Your Worship, we don't have too many people left in the audience. Perhaps we can find out what they're here for and maybe deal with the with the items that they're here for tonight. And then I notice as well that Mr. Pingu is in the audience, and I think he wants to speak to council as well, perhaps after the people that have been waiting are finished, Your Worship. So maybe we can find out what they're here for.
Okay, sure. Can we just do what issue you're here for? Yes, sir.
We're here for the demolition permit on 5031 River Road.
Okay. Which part?
Papa Bravo Doctor 2013-45.
Oh, under consent. Okay, okay.
Yeah, perhaps we can pull that one, Your Worship, and deal with it.
Okay, yeah, why don't we do that then? Good idea. So, okay, did you have a comment on that issue?
I'd just like to say that...
You can come up to the microphone if you could. That'd be great. Which number is it? 45? Oh, yeah, there it is, yeah. PBD 2013-45. And your name and address, please?
My name is Sandra Devereaux. I live on 3979 Melfort Crescent in Mississauga.
Okay.
We've heard a lot of lovely things about Niagara. My husband and I have been hoping to retire to Niagara for a long time. We looked for a long time for this property. We've worked through all the issues with the Heritage Society, and we would request permission to demolish the tiny little house that's there and build something that's going to enrich the beauty of the neighborhood.
Okay, well, let's go. We've got a motion by Councillor Thompson and seconded by Councillor Iononi. Any discussion of the motion? We'll call the vote. All those in favor? And that's unanimous. You're done. Thank you. Welcome to Niagara.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Gentlemen, are you here for a specific issue?
We're here to support Mr. Pingu.
Oh, okay, good. And sir, you're here for same thing? All right, Mr. Pingu. Do we need a motion? Well, we've got Councillor Pietrangelo wants to bring a motion forward to have...
Well, we've advised Mr. Pingu that this matter, which is related to the old rec building, will be coming back at the next meeting. There'll be a staff report. We're going to list them on the agenda at that time. There's really no point to hear him this evening.
Well, Mr. Pietrangelo, Councillor Pietrangelo?
Yeah, Your Worship, I really don't think that we deny people the right to speak, so, I mean, I'll make the motion that we listen to Mr. Pingu.
Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Gates to allow Mr. Pingu to speak. Yes, discussion of the motion?
Well, the staff are preparing a report to give us information with respect to this. Are we going to do it twice? Are we going to do it once? I'm preparing for this for the 18th, and that's when we should be discussing it. I don't want to hear his side of the story without the opportunity for me to have all the factual information regarding the benefits to the municipality with respect to the proposal that the staff made and which was accepted by the council previously.
Councillor Iononi?
And Mr. Pingu's not on an agenda that we're not even halfway through yet. I'm forever saying I want to vote informed and I want to hear informed. If he only has 2 weeks to wait, why doesn't he wait till the staff report comes back and we can hear the whole package at one time? And I understand Councillor Pietrangelo's comment that we don't deny people to speak. No, we don't if it's based on an issue on the agenda that we're talking about. But this is coming back to us and he's not even on here.
Councillor Pietrangelo?
Actually, Your Worship, the agenda item that he wants to speak at was one that we dealt with at our last meeting. So for council to say that they're only going to hear one side is not really correct, because they already heard staff side last meeting. Now Mr. Pingu wants to give his side. That's all there is to it.
Okay. Thank you. The clerk would like to comment? Yep, we got you.
And there's a process. There's a process to be followed. Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo is correct in the sense that you gave direction at the last meeting that staff move forward with the possible de-designation of the old Parks and Rec building. There's a process involved with that. That process will be outlined at the next council meeting, and in addition, there will be a report from the Municipal Heritage Committee, which has a meeting scheduled at the end of July, where they will make comment, which they're required to as part of the de-designation process, for want of a better word. Mr. Pingu sent you an email. You were all copied on it. I replied to Mr. Pingu and copied all of you, indicating that it made no sense for him to come this evening, that the item will be on the August 13th meeting, and I will list him on the agenda at that time. I also provided Mr. Pingu with a package of information, which I dropped off at the restaurant last night, and on the top of that I indicated we will see you on August 13th. You will be on the agenda at that time. Councillor Thompson hit the nail on the head. If he speaks tonight, he will be saying the same things at the next meeting, and at that meeting we will be prepared with a staff report, comments from the Municipal Heritage Committee, and all of the background material on this item. And it would be my opinion that you should deal with it on August 13th, when we were going to schedule it for.
Just before we call the vote, Mr. Pingu, yeah, he's saying 3 minutes? So it's not going to be a full overview of the issue?
No, I want to give some information that might be useful for the staff.
Okay, why don't we do this then? We'll call the vote. There is a motion, a seconded motion on the floor. We'll call the vote, and respectful of the fact that this is not going to be dealt with in detail tonight. It'll be dealt with in detail at the next meeting. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor of Mr. Pingu speaking? Opposed? Oh, hold on, I saw 3. Okay, let's try this again. Let's try it again. Those in favor of Mr. Pingu speaking, please. Okay, and opposed? Okay, Mr. Pingu, can you please approach? You said 3 minutes.
4, wasn't it?
No, it was 4-3.
We'll do it again. It was 4-4.
Okay. Excuse me, Mr. Pingu.
I want to refer to the...
Okay. Then he's going to vote. Then he's going to speak. So just do it, because I'm going to vote in favor.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah?
Yeah, take your
Thank you.
3 minutes if you could, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, Your Worship, a member of the council. Thank you to allow me to speak here tonight. I'm here just trying to resolve and to help the staff also. This has been going on for 4 years. And so therefore, when I heard, I was kind of disappointed. But that's okay. I'm here trying to work together with you. It's about 3 years ago when the lady was involved, Maurices. She made me spend over $2,000 to do the drawing, exactly what the buildings look like, and I give each and every one copy for you, and she did not provide to you. If you remember, I got mad at that meeting. So therefore, I have here the drawing of the building by professional architect, measured inside what it's going to look like. Here there's a copy you could use. Don't spend any more money on a building to get more idea. This specifies everything. This is why I came here for. Because I will give it before, was not distributed to you. So I'd like to give this to Your Worship.
Yes.
As a copy.
Get that to the clerk. That's great.
Okay. If I could just read my little few words that I would like to say to you, to the council. This building, when this all happened, young man called me, not knowing, by the name, is he here tonight? Matthew Duncan. Young man, which goes to school, to the Wellbank School, apparently for remodeling building. He went to the building 4 weeks ago. I did not know this. And he had to do a project for the old building. And that's the building that he chose to do. And the gentleman is over here tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, I would just like to say that this building, it's on the city heart. It's a building we cannot rebuild today. I know I am in construction business. I'm telling you, you cannot rebuild. It's too costly. And therefore, as you can see, the building that is there now, it's over 100 years old. If we destroy this building, the day we will regret. 100 years, our history is gone.
Whatever those pioneers built, to build a building 100 years ago, I don't want to imagine what they went through. The heavy stone, the bricks and everything else. If we demolish the building, one day the machine will destroy that building, and that will hurt the city hard. I thank you very much to listen to me. I know the meeting is for next month. I thank you, the clerk, for all the information you give to me. But I just want to make this, if there is anything the staff wish to get contact with me to meet, I'm all open. Thank you very much to let me speak. And I'm very sorry if I came uninvited.
Thank you very much, Mr. Painter. Thank you. And we're going to go back to our report. We've got a draft comprehensive zoning bylaw, PBD 2013-46, on the first page of your agenda outline. And you're given a, whoops, sorry about that, draft document. And we're going to ask Mr. Bollebrook. Mr. Bollebrook, lead us in this, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. See, I'm going to take you through quite a history here a little bit. First of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. In your package this week, you would have received a copy of the comprehensive zoning bylaw in draft form. This document has taken quite a long time to produce, but I don't want you to feel that this is going to be something you need to approve in the short term. It's really a work in progress. It's going to be revised. It's going to be subject to, obviously, mandatory public meeting, but also a whole series of public input. So I just want to emphasize that that is, in fact, a working document. I do want to recognize Alex's involvement as our director. There's been a couple members of staff, Ken Meck and David DeLuce, who particularly have spent a lot of time and hours on the bylaw. We also have Gwen Donofrio, our executive secretary, who's formatted the document and spent a lot of time as well. But what we wanted to do is get this bylaw to you first, let you take a look at it and give us the authority to get it out to the public and move forward. So I'll continue with a brief overview of what we want to present to you tonight. We really want to tell you where we've been, where we want to go. The presentation will provide the process that we're going to follow for the bylaw. Basically, we have 4 bylaws currently that are quite old, but they have been amended over the years. And what we want to do is get those 4 bylaws into one comprehensive document. We do have to follow the legislation under the Planning Act. To let you know, we had hired Monteith Planning back in 2002. There was a draft bylaw prepared by them. It did come through council back in 2004, where they were authorized to get that out to the public. We've really expanded it. We've worked with it. We've done some general amendments in spite of us working on it. This talks about the parking in front yards and the provisions for drive-throughs and those kinds of things. But now we have a comprehensive zoning bylaw that's been reviewed by staff. We had information systems update our zoning maps. What will the new bylaw provide? Basically, and what we really can look forward to is creating one comprehensive zoning bylaw for the entire city. It's going to be required to be conform with the official plan. It's going to include modern day standards for development. It's going to be clear, concise, and more user-friendly. It will recognize existing development. One of the benefits, too, it will reduce the number of site-specific amendments. Right now, we've got close to 1,000 site-specific amendments in the current document. All the site-specific amendments are going to be contained in the new draft. We've reduced it to just under 500. And how we've done that is with our standards, we don't have to, they fall in within the existing standards now, so we don't have to recognize them in the bylaw. The uses not conforming to the bylaw that have established prior to January 1st, 2003 will be recognized as legal non-conforming uses. Right now, we have to look back to 79 to see if uses had existed prior to that to be legal non-conforming. So that's quite a history we have to look through. So that clause will be in the bylaw. What the new bylaw will not do, it will not rezone lands for development. Any proposed development not properly zoned will have to go through the regular process of a formal rezoning and public review process. We think that's only fair. It's not going to deal with certain land uses that are such as cottage rental dwellings and secondary dwelling units, because those are going to come back to this council and be subject to further discussions and reports. What the specific zones that are contained in the bylaw, there's 8 residential zones, 8 commercial zones. We have a new parking zone. Under the industrial zones, we have 5 categories. Institutional zones, we've got 3 subcategories in the broad institutional zone. And I note some others. The old bylaw referred to hazard lands. That's now going to be called environmental protection zone. And we have a future development zone, which you may have come across, a TRM, for example, in the current bylaw, which is transitional residential multiple. So what we've done is made it a little clearer in that future development zones are basically going to be those that are unserviced or that kind of thing, but you'll know from the words what they're intended to be in the longer term. This is a typical table that's in the residential R1 zone. You see we have 6 different subcategories. So in a single detached residential zone, you'll have different lot areas, different frontages. We've added the R1F, which is under the G column, the far right. That reflects some of the developments we've recently occurred with a 10-meter frontage, that's 33 feet, with a side yard of 0.9 meters, 3 feet. That reflects some of the development inquiries as well as proposals we're getting into the city these days. And it will reflect trying to get more affordable housing. So it's just a typical what we're seeing today. This is a typical zoning schedule, and I've highlighted one in yellow along Lundy's Lane. That's the plaza with the Miracle Mart and dry cleaners in there. That was a site-specific amendment to allow retail uses, retail stores. Well, now we have retail stores in the zone, so therefore that could come out as a special exception. So that's the typical kinds of things that we will see. This is another schedule in the bylaw, and what it does is all the lands in the downtown there that are shaded will be allowed to have a standalone residential apartment building. Right now, all the land uses in a BC has to have commercial on the bottom floor, and we've seen through the minor variances where we are getting people that want to put residential in the back of a store. Generally, the buildings are long, and what we've seen is interest from people that want to put standalone residential apartments in the downtown. And I think that's a reflection of what the downtown needs as far as getting people to live and spend their money downtown, and that's one way we think that's going to encourage development of residential downtown. Some other sections of the bylaw, we've got the interpretation and enforcement section in the front. There's 386 definitions. Every zone that is in the bylaw and the uses that are permitted are defined. If you're familiar with the 79200, you might have found it a little difficult how uses were interpreted. Largely, we visit the legal department and come up with some of the uses. Does it comply? Does it not comply? So now we've defined every use that you'll see in the bylaw. The general provisions section deals with a lot of a variety of things. It has provisions for home industries, home occupations, height restrictions, what's exempt, that kind of thing. Legal non-conforming uses and non-complying uses, parking exemptions, road widening, all those kinds of things are in the general provisions section. We've got, as I mentioned, less than 500 site-specific zonings that we'll put in the bylaw, and currently we have almost 1,000. We have 34 zoning map schedules. We've worked with our information systems to come up with maps that we think are well detailed. We have 7 additional schedules, and that one dealing with the downtown on allowing residential apartments is an example of one of the 7 additional schedules. We presented the bylaw to senior staff on June the 5th. We had an additional meeting after that to discuss any problems or issues the fire department had, for example, or the parking division had, and we were able to get their input. And the second bullet there is to provide the draft to council. And we're requesting you to allow us to initiate the public review process and permission to circulate to various agencies. And we'd like to really start that tomorrow. The public review process will take place basically July to September, and what that will include is a number of things. First, we want to, and we've made inquiries with the Niagara Falls Review, we want to put a full-page advertisement, almost like an insert, into the review, which will talk about what a zoning bylaw does, how it affects the people, invite them to the public open houses we're going to mention, and it's a really basic, what does a bylaw do? How does it affect you? It affects values of land, so we want them to come and see what their property is zoned and see if they have any questions as to, does it forbid them to do certain developments if they want to improve their property. So we want to provide extra copies of that insert, if you will, that will be available at various city venues. We want to place the comprehensive zoning bylaw on the city's website. We want the opportunity for the public to be able to make comments to us. We want to circulate it to the BIAs, Chamber of Commerce, just get it a full, I guess, public review kind of review. We want to host a series of public open houses in September. That'll be in that insert. We're looking at probably 4 or 5 of them at various venues, the McBain Center, Gale Center, City Hall. So we'll certainly have that off and running. Staff will respond after the public open houses in the fall, probably October, and we'll advise you of all the comments. We'll also have the agency comments, because they generally take 6 to 8 weeks, and we'll do them in a matrix. And we'll provide you with basically their comments, what we support or not support, and then ask you to give us direction on those. And then we'll move forward. If we can resolve most of the things, we'd like to bring the full bylaw back to you for adoption the end of the year, early in 2014. So that, Mr. Mayor, is my quick presentation on the zoning bylaw.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolingbroke. Councillor
Recommendations, staff recommendations.
Okay, motion by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Iononi that we move the recommendations. But we do have one. Okay, so we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. Councillor Pietrangelo, you had a...
I was going to bring it up under new business.
Oh, okay. Fine. And one other thing, too, I know, Mr. Bolingbroke, that tonight was maybe one of possibly your last acting duty here at Council.
I've got one more, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
Alex has asked that I present the Gateway Economic CIP.
Oh.
Maybe it's probably fitting because the CIP is my gig, I guess.
So that'll be at our next meeting?
No, that's later on.
Oh, tonight? Oh, jeez. Okay, well then we'll... That's good.
Unless you don't wish me to.
No,
it's a mandatory public meeting tonight, so.
Yes, it is. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, is that where we're at? Or?
Yeah, that's where we're at.
All right. All right, did we call the vote, right? Did we call the vote?
No, yeah.
No. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Well done again, Mr. Bolingbroke. Out of the park. Good job. So you're going to lead us on the Gateway part as well?
Sure, it'd be my pleasure.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
to do the
Mr. Clerk?
spiel.
Yes.
A public meeting in accordance with Section 17 of the Planning Act and Ontario Regulation 198/96 is now being convened to consider the adoption of Niagara Falls Gateway Economic Zone Community Improvement Plan, and notice was given through the publication of an advertisement in the Niagara Falls Review on Saturday, June 18th. Obviously, there's no one present, so anyone who wants notice can sign outside, but that's not necessary, and I guess you can just ask Bob to do the rest.
Okay, Mr. Boulderbrook, please lead us through it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I always like giving presentations when there's nobody in the audience and no objections.
There's a lot of people at home, Bob. There's at least 2 or 3.
I don't think they signed the...
And the security guard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Niagara Gateway Economic CIP really stems from the growth plan and for the Greater Golden Horseshoe back in 2006, I believe. And then there was a Gateway Economic Report back in 2008. And one of the recommendations out of that report from the region, they would like to work with area municipalities to create an investment climate for its employment lands. So it's really focusing in on employment lands and stimulating economic development for certain areas. We're one of the 5 municipalities that have been selected by the region, and the employment lands are those that are designated as in their official plan as industrial or non-retail commercial. The third bullet there talks about the region cannot adopt their own CIP. Therefore, the region's asked the 5 municipalities to approve it. We've massaged it to reflect the Niagara Falls area, and the other municipalities have all adopted the CIP for the Gateway, so we'll be the last one to do so. We have a map on the next slide that reflects the areas that this CIP will affect. It's all the urban area, but the areas in a purplish color are those what we call investment locations of strategic locations for investment. And in those areas, there's a little higher incentive for development occurring in those areas. Basically, there's 2 financial incentive programs. There's the tax increment-based grant, and that will, once development occurs, and they could receive a grant based on certain points they have to muster up, and those deal with things like how many employees they're going to generate, how expensive the cost of the plant or the building they're making, whether in fact it's LEED certified, whether it's does certain other things such as meeting smart growth principles of the region, those kinds of things. So it's not an easy development that would be entitled to this. It's development that has to meet certain economic performances. So it is a high level of development that has to be created. The second one is the Development Charges Grant. That's the second incentive program, and that is determined for exceptional projects. Again, they have to meet certain levels, and it's a one-time grant with a cap of $1.5 million. The administration will be shared with the municipality in the region. They hope to provide a program guide which will outline all the various types of development that would be eligible. And one thing I'm suggesting that the council may consider in the 2014 budget is maybe some monies to prepare for the possibility of using an incentive for this program. So basically the recommendation, as I stated, was made from the regional report, that the region work with area municipalities to create an attractive climate for employment lands. And the recommendation is the council approve the CIP tonight and pass the bylaw that's also on tonight's agenda. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boulderbrook. Councillor Iannone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When the public meeting is closed, I'd be happy to make that motion. When you and I were in Vancouver, they released the report on where is the worst place to find a job in Canada, and it was actually St. Catharines, Niagara. It became quite a topic with the Niagara politicians down there. St. Catharines, Niagara was voted the worst place to find a job in Canada with 22 applicants per job, if I remember the stats correctly.
I think it was higher.
Yeah, it was a little bit higher than that. So anything that we can do to bring people to build on employment lands and create jobs should be our #1 priority. That was a staggering statistic in a convention with 2,500 politicians, a real proud moment for us. So I think anything we can do is important.
Absolutely. Members of the public, yeah, we're going to get that. Members of the public, which are not here, but anyone watching at home, are advised that the Ontario Municipal Board may dismiss any or all parts of any appeal filed regarding the Niagara Falls Gateway Economic Zone Community Improvement Plan if the party has not made an oral or written submission at this public meeting. Since there's nobody in here, we'll hear from council on any feedback on the CIP proposal. Councillor Pietrangelo.
Yeah, Your Worship, I have to say, first of all, I'm very much in favor of something like this. I think it was, I don't know, has to be at least a year and a half ago, I brought forward the fact that the City of Toronto had entered into an agreement with the Ripley's Aquarium there, and they found a way to make a development work. They got some funding from the federal government, they got some tax incentives from the provincial government, and they also got some tax incentives and some tax dollars from the City of Toronto. My question back then is, how did they do it? Because it would seem as though it was bonusing, and I remember that the answer that Mr. Felicetti gave that night is that it was done through a CIP. And you know, when I talked to Mr. Felicetti after, this is the exact model basically that the City of Toronto has undertaken. So it's good in one sense, because if you're looking at having an edge in terms of attracting someone who's going to locate a facility in your municipality, then it's nice to be able to say, well, you know, we've already done a CIP process, and we can give you a tax incentive, and we can give you a development charge break, and other things like that, Your Worship. And I know that those are the only two that are identified in the report. My question, I guess, being through yourself to Mr. Bollybrook, would just be in regards to the lands that are identified. And I know the term that you're using are employment lands being identified as industrial and non-retail commercial areas. When I look at the map, I understand the areas that are defined, but they're not the only industrial or non-commercial or non-retail commercial lands that we have in our city. So would all of the industrial lands in our city be eligible under this CIP? That's basically my first question.
To answer your question, Mr. Mayor, yes, they would be eligible. Everything within the urban boundary. So, for example, when you see the map and everything, the lands that are in the urban area that are not in the exception areas, but the lands for encouraging the purple, they have a 5-year period within which they would get their tax benefit, as opposed to being in the purple area, which is a 10-year period. So it just tries to stimulate a little bit more along the QEW corridor. But every land zoned industrial that built eventually a factory or a manufacturing use would be eligible.
Yeah, and that's a good response, Your Worship. That's more of what I was hoping for. I guess my second question is, I mean, I know that tourist commercial also provides a lot of employment. Would they be exempt, Your Worship, through you to Mr. Bollybrook? Would they not be included as part of employment opportunity then?
Yes, they certainly would. It's just, if it's a retail component that is not. So you have a commercial operation that generates jobs, potentially, would be eligible, from my understanding.
So I guess then from the response, Your Worship, through you, if you take a typical hotel, the hotel portion would be, but perhaps the souvenir shop inside the hotel would not be eligible. And that makes sense, Your Worship. Okay. I'd be happy to support the recommendation. I guess one other question would be the cost, Your Worship, but that would be dependent upon the applications that come forward, right?
Is that right, Mr. Bollybrook?
Yes. We have this debate with the finance department. The tax incentive is supposed to be paid for through first. It's a long process. Basically, it has to be developed. It has to be assessed by MPAC. By the time this actually happens, it's going to be a few years down the road. But the idea is for the owner to eventually pay the first year of the increased assessment. And the next year would get the grant. And it varies from, I think, 55, 65% up to 100%. But that first year is really when you take the hit. And that has to be budgeted for.
Okay. Last question, Your Worship, is in the report it talks about, I guess, providing benefit in terms of tax incentives and alleviation of development charges. Right. That's an agreement made between the municipality and the region. Would we be allowed to take that one step further if we saw fit and have another type of benefit in there if we were willing to fund it?
Could you expand on the type of benefit you're thinking of?
Yeah, I think the City of Toronto did a bit more for the development when Ripley's Aquarium came there. Mm-hmm. I understand that they're a single-tier municipality, but if that was something that we really wanted to do was hold a carrot out there for employment opportunities, would we be allowed to go further than the tax incentives and the development charges if we so wished?
To answer your question, I believe we could. It's like our current downtown and historic Drummondville CIPs. We can amend those documents. The province may have to be involved, but it's an amendment to the CIP, and it would be a third incentive. Certainly we could do that.
Okay. And I guess the reason I asked the question, Your Worship, is I know we really haven't had the debate yet, but and I know I also keep asking of when the agreement with OPG is done, but when the agreement with OPG is done, we're basically going to become a partner as one with the casino. We have to make sure that that the casinos thrive and do well, and that's going to be one of the biggest reasons of why we're going to receive our end of the funds. So I guess I'm just trying to think ahead in ways that we can be proactive in that.
Very good. Any other questions or comments from Mr. Bollybrook, as Mr. Pietrangelo refers to him? All right. The public meeting with respect to the Niagara Falls Gateway Economic Zone Community Improvement Plan is now concluded. Councillor Ioannoni, you wanted to make that motion? Okay, moved by Councillor Ioannoni, seconded by Councillor Pietrangelo. All those in favor? Good job, Mr. Bollybrook. It's unanimous. And also, I would like to say, Mr. Bollybrook, I know you and I first worked together in 1994. We were in the old Recreation Commission building that was referred to earlier during the Ontario Winter Games. And I was saying to Alex earlier, you know, it's going to be. I was very disappointed to hear that you were going to be leaving, but I guess it's good you leave on top, and that's good. But that's one person, and I know we'll talk more at your retirement party. But I mean, Bob gets customer service. He's always got a smile. He's always helpful. When someone comes into the office, he just can't do enough to help them. And I think you stand for exactly what we're trying to achieve here. And I know I mentioned it to Alex. Alex said, "Oh boy," he goes, "I got a tough guy to replace." So good luck, Alex. But try to replace him if you can with something as good. So on behalf of all of us here at Council, you've been a real pleasure to work with. I wish you well, and I hope you'll stay close and help us out. Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo won't be able to say Bollybrook anymore, so that'll be sad. Where are we at, Mr. Clerk? Are we at the mayor's announcements? Look at that. Look at that. Favorite part of the... Yeah. First off, this is very brief. It's one page. This will be brief. One page, very brief. First off, we start with an unfortunate part here. First, we'll start with obituaries. Isabel Engel, mother-in-law to Ken Todd, our CAO, passed away. 96 years of age, I believe. You know, sad, and condolences go out to the Todd and Engel families. What's happened? We had Canada Day Parade, first time downtown, and what a huge success. And I'm glad, because You know, we didn't know what was going to happen after Optimist Park, and there were a lot of people really concerned. I think they put those concerns to rest. I mean, this was much bigger than the Santa Claus parade. Joining me that day, as well as 15,000 revelers, and what a great event. In addition to our senior staff and our staff, Councillors Peter Angelo, Iannoni, Morocco, Maves, and Gates. We appreciate all of you for being there that day and handing out I Love Niagara Falls tattoos, which were extremely popular. We handed out thousands of them, and so cute to see all the postings on Facebook with kids with them on their faces and their cheeks. And the rain held off, and it was a great parade. It was short, it was tight, the speeches were short, and the crowd stayed. They didn't leave. They just hung out downtown, which was great. We had the launch of the new age bingo at Delta Bingo, e-gaming format, which are like slot machines now. Wow, bingo's really changed. But it's changed down at Delta Bingo, so everyone's moving with the times. I want to thank Councilor Morocco for representing the city at the annual Serbian Day picnic and at Moody's Bakery on Queen Street, celebrating 5 years already. Seems like they just opened, but thank you for being there and representing us. Coming up, Nikola Tesla's birthday commemoration service, Wednesday, July the 10th, at the monument for Nikola Tesla in Queen Victoria Park at 5:30 p.m. July 10th, across from the falls. The annual Club Italia picnic will take place Saturday, July the 13th, beginning at lunchtime. Hear the Cannons Roar. Celebrations continue in the 1812 Bicentennial event at Drummond Hill Battlefield on Thursday, July the 25th at 6 p.m., hosted by Niagara Falls Museums. Cannon firing, followed by a free theatrical presentation of Spirit of the Nation. Yes, Councillor? No? Club Italia is the 14th. Okay. Oh, you know what? You're right. It is Sunday. Sunday, July the 14th. I apologize to both of our listeners at home. Actually, surprisingly, we have quite a few people that actually watch us on Cogeco. So we would correct that. Thank you for Councillor Iannoni. Sunday, July the 14th for the Club Italia picnic at lunchtime. And also our last announcement, 4th annual charity ride for sick kids, kicking off at Marcel Dion's Blue Line Restaurant on Montrose, Saturday, July the 27th at 9:15 a.m. And that concludes the Mayor's announcements. Oh, yes, thank you for that, Councillor Peter Angelo, or Councillor Thompson. What's that?
Is that the second page?
Yeah, it's not here. I don't know what happened. Thank you for that. We had a very exciting announcement 2 weeks ago. Councillor Thompson joined me there as well as we unveiled the city's sign for the new hospital location. And just for the background on that, just a real quick recap, the 6 mayors of Niagara South, along with the chair of the region, gathered at the request of Dr. Smith, the supervisor who took over for the NHS, appointed by the Ministry of Health. He asked us to come together to select a new site. We came down to 2 locations, that one in Niagara Falls at Lions Creek Road and the QEW, and in Welland they came up with a site at 140 in Main Street. So those were the 2 sites. We could not come down to 1 site, we could only bring it down to 2 sites unanimously, and we, again I stress, unanimously agreed that we would allow Dr. Smith and all of the mapping experts to make that final determination. And he sat down and they looked at travel times, wait times, population density, population growth, forecasting. They looked at all the parameters and metrics necessary by the experts. It was a very clear location decision that it should be at Lions Creek Road and the QEW, which incidentally is inside the urban boundary, which incidentally is serviced by the city. There's several millions of dollars that went into the ground a number of years ago. So that location was unveiled. We had Dr. Smith, we had Gary Burrows, the chair of the region, we had our staff and senior staff there, we had the fire department, we had regional councillors, mayors from Pelham, from Fort Erie, councillors from Port Colborne, and all around the region. And it was well received, a very positive step in the right direction. We're still waiting for the Minister of Health to make the official announcement. That hasn't happened yet, but this is one step in the process. And the part that I'm thrilled to say is that it did not cost taxpayer money for the sign itself. That sign was donated, both the material to build it, the artwork to create it, and the manpower to erect it was all done by volunteer business people within the community. They donated their time, their money, their services, their materials. It did not cost the taxpayers to build that sign. And it's a big sign. It's a beautiful sign. You cannot miss it. It's an incredible, busy intersection linking us to Welland and toward Fort Erie. So it was a great day. Appreciate all the support of council to allow staff to move forward on making this a reality. And it was a good day. And as I say, it's not the final step, but it's one of the first steps in making this a reality. I don't know if there was any other comments, or Councillor Thompson, you were there that day. Anything you want to add?
I was very impressed with Dr. Smith and his comments who spoke at the event, and I was very fond of it.
Yeah, it was a great event. I know we mentioned this at our last council meeting, but again, like I said, it starts, and you can't sit on the sidelines waiting for something to happen. You have to make something happen. Sometimes you got to shake the tree, you know, to make some apples fall down, and so that's what we're going to do, and that's what we are going to do until we get better health care. Because the status quo is not acceptable, and we deserve to be treated as they are in the north of the Niagara region, as well as other jurisdictions across the province, and we believe our tax dollars should go toward helping our health care in Niagara as well. And that also, of course, will include a couple of urgent care centers throughout the region. So, and if you had a chance, and you noticed in your council package on Bullet Media, there's a story written by Mayor Augustine from Pelham, Mayor of Pelham. And he does an excellent job. And this is Mayor from across the region who was there supporting this event, who was part of the 6 mayors of Niagara South who met. And if you get a chance, please read the story. I had it emailed to every one of you. And as well, the column itself, the article, is in all your packages, so you can take a few minutes to read it. But it's very positive, very supportive. And it's titled A Positive Step for a New Southern Niagara Hospital. So if you get a chance, please read that. So thanks for reminding me about that one, Councillor Thompson. Mr. Arafita, where are we on the agenda? We've been all over the place.
Communications, number 2.
Okay, communications number 2. River Road residents requesting action on a series of vacant buildings on River Road. We're looking for a motion from moved by Councillor Iannone, seconded by Councillor Maves. Do we have, we'll call the vote then. All those in favor? Okay, opposed?
We're just receiving it?
Right, to receive the information, that's right. Yes, Councillor, were you opposed?
Well, can we not do anything? Because, you know, this is one of our premier roadways. A lot of tourists travel up and down this road and see these buildings, and as some of the residents have supplied to us, there's ample evidence that people are entering them, and it's a public safety issue now as well. So I was just concerned about only receiving it. I'd like to see some sort of action taken, even if it's referring this to staff or a report on what possibly can be done.
Mr. Arafita?
Well, we have taken action, and actually there is action proposed in the information. In fact, the residents emailed me today, and they're satisfied with our course of action. Fire and property standards have been out recently. The buildings are currently secure. What we're proposing is 3 things, I guess. Number 1, we'll send a letter to the police on the B&Es, which I don't think they've been formally notified on that. Secondly, there's an issue with some bushes, hedges along the roadway. I've made contact with the Parks Commission because technically that's a Parks Commission road allowance. They will be taking care of that, and then they will be notifying the property owner. The residents asked, you know, maybe you can send a letter, or they actually wanted to send a letter to the property owners to say, you know, this is bringing the value down. As good citizens, would you like to, could you tear down the buildings? But I've suggested that I'd have no problem as the clerk sending that letter as well. Currently, the buildings meet our standards as far as property standards and fire, and but they are vacant. And, I'll send a letter to the property owner, because that is property that has been approved for future development. I think it's in their best interest to tear the buildings down sooner than later.
Okay, so we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Item 3, we've got A and B. Clifton Hill.
Second, that yours.
And C, yes, Councillor, or Mr. Arafita?
Yeah, in addition to the Clifton Hill BIA and Main and Ferry BIA budgets, we received the Victoria Centre and Fallsview, which are in your handouts, so you actually have 4 BIA budgets to approve.
So C and D. Okay, moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Carrio, that we move all 4 reports for BIA budgets.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's unanimous. Any additional items for council's consideration, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, one other communication that's in your package. It's from Lindisfarne and downtown. This is in relation to the Busker Fest that is happening, I believe, Labor Day weekend. It's twofold. One is approval of a resolution for their special occasion permit for the liquor license, and that I prepared that resolution. Secondly, they're asking for a waiver of fees similar to what they have for previous events. That's for council's consideration. You can either make a decision on that this evening, or if you want some staff information back, we can bring that to the August meeting.
Okay, moved by Councilor Morocco, seconded by Councilor Ioannoni, that we move both of the Busker Fest requests. Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved unanimously. In-camera ratification?
Yes, Your Worship. A few items, Your Worship, with regard to 6681 Culp Street, which is the former Boys and Girls Club property. We recently had a tender out for proposals as far as purchasing the property. The recommendation that all offers be rejected at this time, and that staff be directed that no offer is presented in the future to council for consideration less than the reserve price of $370,000. With regard to Regional Official Plan Amendment number 2, that the city solicitor be directed to attend the pre-hearing scheduled on July 31st. And an additional item related to the Gale Center, that the city enter into a contract with Matina Mechanical Limited to carry out the repairs for the glycol piping system in the Gale Center, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to execute any supporting documents to that effect.
Okay, you've heard it. Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Maves. Ratification of in-camera. Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay. Opposed? All right, thank you. And on to the consent agenda.
Move the consent agenda.
Okay.
I just have a question.
Yep. Go ahead, Councillor Maves.
Perhaps Mr. Holman can help me. On the, I had another call from former Alderman Ward, and on the Portage Road realignment, further down between Marineland and the Whiteman Bridge. I guess he had approached you on some patchwork or something. Is anything being done on that? Is anything on the agenda for that?
There's nothing on this agenda, but that we'll be looking at that as part of the second phase of the asphalt overlay contract, which we expect to bring back to, I think, the September 10th meeting.
So it'll be around in September. That's going to be.
Yeah, we have to tender that second phase. The first phase of the asphalt overlay program are the roads that we reconstructed last year.
Is it just bumps in the road? Is it potholes, or is it just? I think he's just looking for some patching or something temporarily until it's. Can that be done?
Yeah, we'll monitor them until we can come up with a more permanent solution. But there are a couple of bad sections I know on Portage Road there between Norton and Whiteman Bridge.
Yeah, I think he's just looking for something to smooth it out. In the meantime, if you could do that, thank you.
You don't need a motion for that. You just need to do it. Okay. Yeah, Councillor Thompson.
Yes, 2013-32. Just a question. Pardon me?
Are you going to pull it to discuss it, or are you just going to...
I'm going to ask some questions, and we'll, depending on the responses. This is the realignment of Portage Road in front of the Marriott, and then on to Marineland Parkway. I'm aware of it. It's been discussed, I think, with a few circles that I've been at, but was asked by a few people, what's this all about? I'm just wondering if the stakeholders in the area have been have met and have discussed this. I don't know anything through the Fallsview BIA, but if somebody could tell me
where they stand with respect to this. We're spending $150,000 on a study, which is natural, but I just don't want people asking questions after, well, how do we get to this point, without all the stakeholders knowing what's going on.
Okay, maybe, I don't know, Mr. Holman or Mr. Todd, which one of you guys want to?
Yeah, this project was identified in the Transportation Master Plan, and the proposal that we received from Delcan includes extensive stakeholder discussions, both kind of in a public forum and on an individual basis. As far as notification to the property owners, that'll take place as part of the EA process once it gets initiated.
Okay, but is there a discussion that takes place prior to having the consultants involved so that all the stakeholders and the adjoining properties know exactly what we're talking about? And I understand you have to have some documentation and some plans, but the basic concept, has it been accepted by everybody in the area?
Well, I'm not sure, maybe Mr. Dren could comment on it, but they would have been notified as part of our Transportation Master Plan. It's identified as a separate project, maybe not specifically. But as I say, the process does involve extensive discussions and clarification of the problem statement before we get too far down the road with any design or alignment decision.
But $150,000 is a little bit down the road for me. There's a stakeholder over there. He's anxious to speak, and we had a brief discussion about this prior to the meeting, so I think it would be worthwhile to have the BIA, or at least the adjoining properties who are going to be impacted by this, be fully aware of what is going to transpire, because this is a major change with Portage Road going through those properties and cutting off the roadway, and what's going to happen to that, where the casino buses come out down onto Portage Road. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the details, but I think everybody should be before we spend that kind of money.
Okay. Councillor Carrier?
Thank you, Your Worship. I had some of the same questions I was asked by some of the other stakeholders. Why are we doing this way? Why would we not have met with some of the stakeholders, the casino, all the properties that butt onto this road, before we go and spend $150,000 to see if this is where they want to go? I mean, I understand that there's public consultation involved in the process, but if this is driven by, I don't know who, but if it's one person or whatever, why would we spend this money before we found out if it was something that everyone in the area wanted?
Mr. CAO?
If I could, just to clarify, we had a transportation master plan that was presented to this council last fall, and it covered the entire city. And in that transportation master plan, it identified a number of projects that the consultant identified as future roadworks that needed to be undertaken or considered. So the Portage Road alignment that this project is talking about was one of those projects. It was a result of the consultant determining that in order to improve access to Marineland Parkway and some of the difficulties that we currently have with respect to maintenance of the existing roadway, and some of the problems you heard here not long ago with respect to the walkway and how dangerous the walkway is along there in pedestrian movement. So those were things that the consultant had looked at. So it really wasn't driven by a project for the stakeholders in that area. It was a master plan that looked at the transportation needs for the entire community. So that's where the project arrived at. And this report is really just following our normal process. I think it's on the slate in the 2000 and, I'm not sure what year of the capital budget, but it's several years out in the capital budget. But this EA process is the normal next step. No different than we did on Kaler Road, no different than we did on Drummond Road. It's a project that's been identified there. But certainly if council's wishes are to meet with the stakeholders there to give them an idea first before we approve this report, we can do that. We can just defer this report and bring it back. But you have to remember, this was an overall master plan for the entire city not just dealing with the specific problem with stakeholders in that immediate area.
No, I understand the explanation, Mr. Todd. The thing is that there's only a very few businesses in this area. There's not a lot of people affected. I'd hate to see the city go out and spend $150,000 if the majority of the few people that are affected by this don't want to go that way. I thought we should do that first, so I would agree. Let's pull it. Let's talk to some of the people in the BIA, the adjacent property owners. You know, this is the main road into the casino, back into the casino. This is their delivery.
And we'd be happy to do that. If council would like to defer.
I don't think there's any rush, so.
No, we could
just
have.
defer it until let's just do it the other way around a bit. You could save yourself a lot of money if no one wants this.
But just to let you know, that kind of consultation, you know, we'd get feedback there, but the process that we're talking about here is really a full EA process.
No, I understand that,
you know,
but this does not affect the traffic moving in and out of that area. This affects a few businesses, a few people, you know, not a lot. Not a lot of traffic comes up that way, not a lot. Most of it comes up Stanley, up Fallsview Boulevard, up Dunn, into that corner around the embassy. So I just think we should just talk to them before we do it. If there's overwhelming support for it, go ahead.
Did you want to
I move that it be deferred.
Okay, moved by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Thompson, that report TS 2013-32 be deferred. And first, yeah, until meeting with the adjacent stakeholders.
And the BIA.
And the BIA, sure. Okay, so any other discussion on that motion? Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. Any other consent agenda items anyone wants pulled? Councillor Pietrangelo?
Your Worship, the very first one, CD 2013-04, that deals with dumping.
Yep.
And I know that the region is going to be solely in charge of managing all the information, which I have a bit of an issue with because, I mean, it's not them that's going to be picking up the garbage. But when I was reading through the report as well, the other thing that I kind of had issue with was the actual fine for dumping. I mean, I don't think dumping is one of those acts that's marginal in the sense that you can say, oh, I wasn't quite sure what I was doing. I mean, I think people know full well when they, you know, head out to the rural area and they're making sure that no one's around and they dump things out there. I mean, they're going out there with a specific purpose. Personally, and I don't know what the rest of the council feels like, but I don't think $500 really does it justice because a lot of times the cleanup is a lot more than that. They go out there in dry periods and they dump stuff. The next thing you know, it rains. You go to pick it up and it all falls apart, or it's hard to get the trucks down there, or they have to send in trucks that can actually scoop out the actual garbage, and then they have to put it into trucks and then haul it out of there. I don't really think $500, you know, is sort of justice for it. So, but that's my opinion. I'll let others speak if they wish to.
Any other comments on the fine, Councillor Carrio?
I agree with Councillor Pietrangelo. I think the fine should be a little heavier, but I like the what do you call it, where you pay the person an incentive on reporting. I don't know whether that's anonymous. Is that going to be an anonymous tipster? You get paid, or is that something that someone has to identify the people, end up going to court and testifying? Anyone can speak about that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that still is to be determined. I mean, this is still a bit of a work in progress. I attended the meeting of this group at the last meeting, and these are some of the same issues I raised with them. Number one, the $500, I think, is more a result of some sort of polling of what different fines have been, and Mr. Beeman's got his hand up. I don't know.
I suspect where they got the number from. That's the highest you can charge if you go by way of a ticket.
By way of a ticket, that's correct. Yes.
So that there are higher fines available.
Yeah.
You'd have to use a different procedure in the court, which takes more time.
Yeah.
So.
And what was your other point there? Sorry.
Anonymous.
Oh, the anonymous. I gave the scenario in the report, and actually I brought it forward to the committee because originally the proposal was that upon conviction that they would be entitled to a, to this reward system. And obviously for a conviction to take place, it's likely either they pay the ticket, like Mr. Beeman says, and then they wouldn't have to testify, the perpetrator pays the ticket, but they may have to testify if it was to go to POA court proceeding. But the other thing that I brought up at the meeting, and it's reflected in my report, is the fact that we had a scenario here in Niagara Falls where we got a license plate number. We contacted the person and said, hey, we've reason to believe you dumped. They actually went out and cleaned it up on their own accord, which was great. So in that scenario, that person who gave us the tip would be entitled to a reward, and there's an example where they would have remained anonymous under the circumstances. So this is a bit of a work in progress. As far as the region being the sort of central clearinghouse, I appreciate that concern. I think that's more in part with their education campaign, getting the number out there, but truth be told, if the city engages in this, we get complaints either through our service center, either through bylaw, through clerks, of these type of complaints anyways, especially pertaining to city streets. So even though there may be a regional number out there, they will forward any of those calls related to municipal roads, i.e. Niagara Falls roads. They would only keep the complaint if it was pertaining to regional roads. So I think it's a good first step. I think it's only one step, and as my report talks to, I think we have to be more vigilant about cleaning this up, because I think dumping breeds more dumping, and I think it has to be a balance of enforcement with beautification and due diligence on the part. And we're also suggesting, obviously from a city perspective, that we contemplate maybe a pilot summer anti-dumping crew next year.
Move the recommendation, Your Worship.
Okay, moved by Councilor Carrier, second by Councilor Morocco. Did you want to comment too? Okay, yeah, by all means.
Just need to ask, I don't know if is there any free dumping that occurs? Like, I know we don't own the dump, because I just asked Councilor Iannoni, and we don't own it. So is there an opportunity that we actually offer one day a month, maybe to put a bin in one of our land, in our property, to actually have people come and dump? I mean, I don't know, it might sound totally ridiculous, but I have to ask the question because I'm thinking the money that we spend on picking up illegal dumping is just atrocious. And I'm thinking maybe if we actually just offer an opportunity to say one day a month, come and dump your stuff here. It's free. I think maybe that's something. I mean, because we've seen what happens at Decatur Park, out at Brown Road, Killer Road, all these other areas. And I don't know why they're dumping, and you're right, it just continuously breeds more dumping. It's disgusting, and I think maybe if we try and offer a solution to say, can we offer the citizens one free day a month? I don't know, maybe I'm way out there, and maybe it can help, because the cost to offer one, as opposed to going in, sending out crews and cleaning up, how's that?
Well, it's kind of sad, for a couple of bucks you can buy a tag, at the variety store for extra garbage. For big things like mattresses, dressers, you call ahead and they'll come pick it up at your house. You put it out the day before.
As many times a year.
Yeah, as many times a year as there's garbage pickup, 52 weeks out of the year. They'll come to your house. It was modern, and this will be something.
Mterra.
Now is it Mterra now?
So maybe that's just, we're not getting the message out.
Well, here's part of why, and we're looking forward to staff coming forward. It's going to come soon. Remember the communication piece? I made a motion a year ago. Well, we're coming forward with that motion. We're going to communicate on at least a quarterly basis to all the residents of the city things like this. Because you're right, the message is not getting out, it's not getting communicated. Part of the problem is too many ways to reach out. Social media, newspaper, online thing, watching on Cogeco. So we're going to reach out to all the residents, all 33,000 homes will get this mail out quarterly from this council. And you'll see this as the report comes forward, which hopefully is coming soon.
Well,
yes,
I think that's a great idea, because I think, and again, I think that the fine is far too low. I'd like to see like $2,000 or something, maybe that's a major deterrent to say people, like, they're not going to do that. I mean, pick up the phone and have somebody come and pick up their garbage instead of just dumping it on other people's property, which is totally disrespectful.
Yeah, a few comments through your worship. I agree entirely with what Councillor Morocco says. I mean, I got involved in this because it was sort of a bylaw enforcement thing, but I felt that the program, as per the region, was only really dealing with one aspect. And, you know, I know from personal experience, just having a bylaw in place doesn't solve the problem. And even fining one guy $500 doesn't solve the problem. And really, you know, I think this is just maybe a symptom of a bigger problem, which is things like that. The lack of knowledge in the public about what they can do or can't do vis-a-vis their garbage. And I think the region has to take some initiative on that. I will bring forward your suggestion, which is something I've also contemplated, that they've got to give some incentive to get people to the dump, because that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the type of stuff that's being dumped is like construction materials, you know, grass clippings, things like that. Things that people are just too lazy to go to the dump, or they feel that it's too costly to them for some reason. So some sort of incentive getting people to the dump. And Councillor Pietrangelo brings up the point about the curbside pickup. You know, we get involved in those a lot through bylaw enforcement, you know, where what will happen is a tenant leaves a property, leaves all their stuff out on the stoop, and if no one calls Emterra or the region to get that arranged, it'll sit there till we get a complaint about it. We'll go back to the owner and say, you know, you could have just called. They would have picked it up. What? We thought there was only 2 pickups a year. No, you can get it any time of the year. So that's what needs to be done more so, or in addition to the enforcement end of things, is the public education, and I will bring that back. The group, this working group, will be meeting, I think, in September, and I'll bring back that suggestion at that time.
Okay, that's great. So we are going to move all the consent agenda. Did we already have a motion?
We got sidetracked.
Okay, we got sidetracked. Okay, motion moved by Councillor Maves, second by Councillor Pietrangelo to move the remainder of the consent agenda. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. We already did the resolution. Mr. Clerk, are there any additional bylaws or amendments to the bylaws listed?
There is an additional bylaw to appoint Councillor Pietrangelo as acting mayor during your absence over the next 12 days or so.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Gates? Do you make the motion?
Make the motion.
Okay, moved by Councillor Gates, seconded by Councillor Maves. If there's no discussion to the motion, we'll call a vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous.
Bylaws 2013-108 to 2013-118 read a first time.
Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Maves, that they be read for a first time. All those in favor? Okay.
Bylaws 2013-108 to 2013-118 read a second and third time and passed.
Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo. Wait, did we do the vote? First and second?
Yeah. We're on to new business.
We called two?
Yeah.
Did I miss one? How did I miss that? All right, new business. Councillor Cario, Councillor Iannoni, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Just a quick one, Your Worship. At the Victoria Avenue BIA meeting today, it was raised about, we know that we're working on the other things, but illegal parking lots. Do we have a zero tolerance for illegal parking lots? Because there seems to be some confusion on whether it's, they get warnings, or someone brought it up today that we don't have a zero tolerance.
Yeah, no, we have a zero tolerance. Once again, the first thing we do as bylaws, we tell the people you're in violation, you can't be doing it, okay? I know the Victoria Centre wants us to lay tickets every time we see a violation. That's not our approach, and this is related to an empty lot, which we believe it's not even the owner of the lot that's doing this, it's the next door neighbor who all of a sudden lets people park on this piece of grass during the busy summer months and collects the money and goes back into his house. So, you know, we're aware of the problem and we're taking action.
And the follow-up to that is that there was a question on the existing parking lots. Are they all, the ones that are on Allen Avenue, are they all licensed and legal that we know of?
Well, you may recall we had a report that I wrote back at the beginning of June, and we will be in the process of reviewing all of the parking lots to see that they're compliant. I don't believe there's any illegal ones other than these sort of ad hoc ones in Victoria Centre, but we will be I just haven't had a chance to meet with Marzana and traffic. Hopefully I'll have that in the next week or so, and we'll be doing that throughout the rest of the summer.
Okay. Councillor Iannoni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to talk about 2 items. The flooding in Toronto yesterday and the train tragedy in Quebec. I'd like to send our condolences to the families in Quebec. That is a devastating occurrence. One that can very easily happen in Niagara Falls. I've been scrolling through the pictures as you spoke. The Toronto Star has posted dozens and dozens and dozens of pictures of that explosion site, and you can see the oil tanker cars. I have sat at Portage Crossing watching them go through. For those of us who live over there, anybody in the city who watches them go through, sometimes you can sit there for 20 minutes while a train goes through. That is a distinct possibility. For someone who teaches emergency management, it's not if, it's when. So when you watch this in Quebec, and now you're learning that they had warnings time and time again about the trains going through the city. It's a discussion we've had at this council chamber many, many times. So my question to you, Mr. Mayor, is I know we had a committee and we were talking about getting the rail line out of the municipality. Now, I don't know how often you've met here, but I know that municipalities across Canada now are taking a much stronger look at this and saying, okay, let's take a look at lessons learned. What are we doing and what can we do to exacerbate it? Because it is no longer something that we can close our eyes and ignore. You have, as of the last time I looked, 15 dead, 35 still missing. I can't imagine what it would do to any community when you watch that, the devastation there. But we have so much residential along our corridor, and so much. We have schools. You congratulated me for graduating college a while back. One of my major essays was doing a hazard identification and risk assessment in my community, and I chose the railway line. So I'm quite aware of what could happen. I looked at our emergency management plan where they ranked it on their I mean, it's high ranking. What are we doing? And then I'll ask.
Great question, and I'm going to start with Councillor Thompson because he chairs the committee.
I'll second the motion regarding the condolences. In fact, I had it written down to do the same thing. And what you saw there is what we could have here. We have a railroad still running through the center of the city. Does not stop for any industrial or any factories or anything, could be very easily sidelined. As a matter of fact, we worked very hard in the late 90s and 2000 to get rid of the other railroad, and there were people that were very much opposed to that at the time. But one of the major issues was the fact that it was going through the heart of the tourist area. One slip, you could have had chlorine down with 100,000 people in the park, all kinds of problems. So anyway, we got rid of one, and I just hope that this emphasizes the fact that we got to get going with this committee and utilize your resources that you've run into to we can very easily sideline this thing outside the city and make sure it is not a hazard, because it is going to happen, and we're all going to be vulnerable. So that was a real lesson that we saw take place. Got rid of one, let's get rid of two.
Let me, can I just address this real quickly? When we were in Vancouver, I was lucky enough to, through different presentations, meet up with Senior Vice President from CN, and we had lunch. We discussed that exact issue, and the interesting thing, he used to be a mayor in Quebec, ironically. And I said to him, I understand part of the issue, and I know Councillor Pietrangelo and I had a meeting before to discuss this with some rail people, and I said, I understand that part of the problem is, what's that? Part of the problem is that okay, let me back up. Bridge 6 over the Welland Canal needs to be replaced. And we said, well, how are you going to do that with trains? They said, we're going to go around. How are you going to do that? Well, there's another path we can take. Well, why don't you do that all the time? It's CP rail tracks. So we're under the impression that, you know, maybe it's very expensive. And this person, I suggest that to this senior vice president, and he said, well, he says we have reciprocal agreements. It's not unreasonable. And so anyway, he said he was very open to the idea of rerouting traffic. He said it's very doable. He said, I'll put you in touch with our Ontario counterpart, which he has since done. We're supposed to be setting up a meeting for August because the person that was in charge is very ill. So there's a new person that's taken over the role, and we're going to be having this meeting. But the nice thing this time, it's got support right from the top. So we're going to bring our committee together again. we're going to have this meeting and we're going to deal with a few issues, including the Mewburn Bridge over the CN tracks, including this rerouting around the city. And then the other issue, part and parcel of this, is the fact that we at City Hall are not notified when the trains break down on our tracks. And I said, you know, we've got more than a dozen crossings, and they'll stop for 2-3 times, and they're 3 to 4 kilometer long trains, oftentimes with hazardous chemicals, and we don't even know it's broken down or for how long. And I got stuck in one of these at 7 in the morning one day, and I didn't know what to do. I had to go all the way back, take the QEW to come all the way around the city to get there. And they said, well, they notify the regional police, who don't notify us all the time, and who sometimes notify the fire department, but not always. So part of the request is going to be that we are on the first responder notification list. They said, well, you can follow us on social media. We said, listen, put us a little higher priority than social media. We'll send it out social media. So this will be part, as we meet with the executives from CN, to make sure that these 3 issues, as well as some other drainage issues that Mr. Holman's brought forward. So to let you know that we're getting support now from the very, very top. Okay, and it's going to be second week of August that we're going to be meeting. Yes?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think that those of us on council who'd like to attend that meeting should be invited too, because I would certainly like to attend. The sad thing is now it's such a national profile because of the devastation in Quebec that I think maybe we need a little bit more than a lunch. Maybe we need a resolution from this council saying, look, this has got to be a top priority now. 15 dead, 35 missing, a destroyed community. I mean, the powers to be at CNCP now have a spotlight shining on them for communities who have them running through their cities, and I think it's a way we have to go. Also, I want to talk about the flooding in Toronto. And I watch it, like, I get obsessed with something like that happens, and I watch it just to see how they handle it. And a question that was asked to me today is, where in that type of emergency would residents of Niagara Falls be evacuated to? So if something like that happens and your neighborhood is being evacuated, where would they be evacuated to? Because we did an overview of our emergency management plan here, but if you had to evacuate a whole neighborhood, maybe through you to the deputy chief, where would they go? And maybe in light of Toronto and Quebec being back to back, we need a full public information. We're taking out a full page ad, Mr. Ballbrook highlighted, in regards to the development charges. Maybe we need to take a full page ad out to say, in case of an emergency, this is a highlight of our emergency management plan, this is where you would be evacuated to, this is where you go to meet up with family members or whatever it takes. But I had people ask me today, where would we go? Maybe it's something we need to tell them.
Well, Deputy Chief Ross, do you have any feedback for that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, Councillor Anthony. For full evacuations, we have several buildings in the city identified through high schools, or at the McBain Center would also be one. So any large type of building where we could house people. And the people that would be in charge of that for us would be through Red Cross or through social or community services through the Niagara region.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor.
But Mr. Mayor, what I'm saying is, in something in light of like the Toronto flooding where power went down and people can't go online to find that or don't have access to that, perhaps we should have pre-designate, kind of like cooling and warming buildings in light of electricity going out. We need to have something preventative and proactive so that nobody is looking in the event of emergency, where do I go now?
Yeah.
And you know, first thing off my mind was McBain, Gale, the convention center. Like, there are many places, but if you're gathering your kids to get out in a hurry and you need to know where to go, you cannot be online looking up on our emergency management plan. And if you don't have access to internet or radio, how do you know where you're going?
Yeah, that's a great point.
I just think in light of the last 2 days, and we really need to have something proactive, but kind of like you need to get your message out in your flyer, and we're sending it out to 3,300 homes, maybe that's something we could, 33,000 homes, maybe that's something we could add to.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why it's key. We were just talking to CAO and I the other day. That'll be a critical piece of our communication with the public, and that'll be a part of it for sure, in light of that. We've got Councillor Peter Angelo. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Motion for the condolence be sent to the Quebec City where the derailment was. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. And Councillor Peter Angelo. And then Councillor Gates.
Thank you, Your Worship. First item, there is one of the local high schools who wants to replace their sign under the current zoning bylaw. They're not allowed to do so under the new zoning bylaw that we're bringing in. They would be allowed to do so under the sign bylaw. Yeah. I mean, I know Mr. Todd knows about this as well, so perhaps you can just quickly address council. The short end of it, Your Worship, is I was just going to make a motion that they be exempt from the current sign bylaw so that they can install their new sign. Mr. Todd.
Just very quickly, it's A.N. Meyer High School, and there's a local sign contractor that's under contract. Unfortunately, to have that sign put up, we expected that the sign bylaw revisions would be back to council. They're under contract to do that. Under the new proposed sign bylaw, there is a provision that corrects that, I think, lack of better words, discrepancy, where there's a provision now in the existing bylaw that does not allow a sign in an institutional zone. And many of our schools have signs. Staff is supporting that. There's just a timing issue here. I think the motion would address the A.N. Meyer sign to, I guess, allow an exemption under the current bylaw to allow that sign to be erected. And then when the revisions come through, we'll address the issue of having institutional sort of signs allowed in all institutional zones and the provisions there. So I think we'll correct that problem. I think that's coming back, Alex, either in August or September.
Okay, so we're going to make the motion, Councilor Kieran?
Yeah, I'll second his motion as long as he includes St. Andrew's United Church in their sign. Identical situation, so we could do the both of them at the same time.
Okay. So there's the motion, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Okay, excellent. Yes, Councillor.
Second issue, Your Worship, is I was disappointed once again, but I'm not surprised. The extension of Thurlstone Road. I think that the date from the Ministry of the Environment in regards to the record of site condition being cleared was July 4th. So the Ministry of the Environment was supposed to decide by July 4th whether or not they would grant the record of site condition to SciTech. They sent the record of site condition application back to SciTech earlier than July 4th and told them that they had to split the property. There is the hydro corridor that goes right through the center of the SciTech property, and SciTech now has to submit 2 record of site condition applications, one for the west side, one for the east side. On top of that, I believe that once SciTech is cleared from the Ministry of the Environment for the record of site condition, that the Ministry of the Environment will be requiring Ontario Hydro, Ontario Hydro submit an application for a record of site condition to go over top of the lands that they own. So, disappointing in the sense that July 4th, we don't actually know anything. Disappointing in the sense that the record of site condition for both the east and the west side is still not filed yet, according to the information that I got, and that there's going to be months more in delay in terms of the fact that after the record of site condition gets approved for the SciTech lands, both the east and west side, that Ontario Hydro then has to apply for the record of site condition. Your Worship, I just hope that staff is still continuing with meetings with the stakeholders, with SciTech, with the leasing, with the region, so that, or in the hopes of, once the record of site conditions are approved, that we do have something in place that we can move forward with the extension. I don't know if staff want to give any other update.
Any updates, Ms. Shona? I thought the original date was the 17th of July. I thought that was the original record of site condition date.
Right.
It's 17th.
I can check that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think the councillor summed it up pretty good. We do have ongoing meetings. In fact, Mr. Holman and I are meeting tomorrow morning with OSC to try to continue to advance the project, and we'll continue to report back to council as we need to.
Yeah, it's definitely frustrating and disappointing, you know. The whole environmental process is so slow moving. Councillor Thompson?
Just to put this on the record, I had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Holman before, but Councillor Cario and I have been inundated with Lundy's Lane people being concerned about the construction of Kayla Road and 20 Highway and the intersection being down to one lane during the heart of the tourist area. Apparently they are aware of the problem. They are going to make sure that 2 lanes are open, but I would like Mr. Holman to explain that to some of the stakeholders out there who are very concerned about what is going to happen during the tourist season, the busiest time, and they could be down to 1 lane on Lundy's Lane during their busiest period when they have the opportunity. But hopefully there is a solution, and hopefully they can make sure that the contractor and the city work together to make sure that this doesn't become a major problem for them out there in a real needy period. Mr. Holman?
Mr. Mayor, thanks, Councillor. We're working with the Lundy's Lane BIA that brought to our attention their concerns about the timing of construction for the Kayla Road project. It's just one of those projects that are going to have some impact on Lundy's Lane. It's not something we can really avoid, but we arranged a meeting with the BIA and the contractor, who's come back with a schedule proposing to do some work at night, which will help reduce the length of time and the amount of impact that's going to take place on Lundy's Lane. So they'll be in there for about 2 weeks, starting the middle of July at night, to do some work that needs to be done in the intersection. And they'll put on a temporary asphalt patch, and then we'll start the construction closer to Rideau Drive and work their way back up towards Lundy's Lane, and then finish the work in the actual intersection after Labor Day. This seems to be a reasonable compromise. We're still working out some last-minute issues with the region, but we still believe that we can complete this work, even with the adjusted schedule, within the project budget and within the 90-day construction schedule that's part of the contract.
Councillor? Any other new business? Yes, Councillor Gates.
That's all right, Jim. Listen, I was going to raise the same issue. I actually got a number of emails on this issue today, even from a new group that sounds like it's being formed, the Niagara Innkeepers. It talked about, on the email they gave me, the proposed construction work being planned on Lundy's Lane, close to Kayla Road during the summer months, and the request for postponing that until October, as it would kill our business during the summer months. Very similar to what Councillor Thompson said. One of the things that I was surprised at, the comment that was given to me from the Lundy's Lane BIA was that they didn't know that this actually construction was going on. Nobody had sat with them and talked to them about it, so I was kind of surprised. And one of their comments was that the city's apologized to them, but obviously when you're affecting the campgrounds down there, the tour buses, the hotels, the motels, Old Canada A, our own WeGo that we're trying to pump up to make sure it's working all the time. The trucks to Redpath, Fresco, this is a pretty big issue, obviously, to those businesses for success, because unlike, I believe, the Fallsview area, where they seem to have a lot more draw to their area for a number of reasons, there's not a lot of draw to Lundy's Lane, so they only got 2.5, 3 months to make some hay, make some money, and kind of survive. So I think we should do everything we can to help those businesses down there. One of the suggestions that we've talked about here is doing some night work. Some of the problems there may be that I understand that's going to cost approximately another $90,000 for the project. I think that was the price that was given. One of the suggestions from the BIA was that maybe do that work at night in September when it's not as busy. They do get a lot of the slow pitch in September, but the slow pitch players are still going to go to their hotels. It's just the way slow pitch players are. They just that's where they want to go. It's a pretty easy place to party down there compared to the Fallsview area. So anything that we can do, either as a council or as a staff, to help those businesses over the next couple months. Hopefully we can do it and continue to meet with those stakeholders. I think it's very important for their overall success of their businesses.
As a matter of course, do we notify PIAs before we construct in their areas to let them know, or what do we typically, is there a policy or procedure we follow, Mr. Holman?
Normally we do engage as many people as that want to come to the public meetings. It is kind of a difficult process, and it's hard to really get people involved. In this case here, with the mix-up was because it's kind of a joint project involving Regional Road. There was some mix-up as to who was responsible for notifying property owners. It's our responsibility, it's our project, so we accept the responsibility for not notifying. But with almost every project, we get people come to us. We say, why didn't you tell us? And we show them the ads in the paper and the notices on the website. And there's still people that don't get this information. It's something that we have to deal with. There's got to be better ways to communicate this, whether we have more open houses or further distribution with the notification. In any case here, I think we've come to a reasonable compromise. We respect the issues and the sensitivities there. This is just one way that we're going to be trying to work with the business groups. We're also going to be making sure that dust and noise and inconvenience issues are dealt with on a regular basis. And the contractor has stepped up and committed to help us deal with those issues.